Alright, let's see what a modern Cross Hearts deck is doing. There we go. So this is what it looked like the last time I touched it. So the big question is, we have more cards. So I guess the real question is, what's the best approach to this deck? Is it still E6, or is it just an updated version of the other one? Don't particularly know. I think it's still E6. I think E6 is still just the best approach. All right. So if it's still E6, we're gonna run pretty much the majority of these cards. I know there's like the Shoutmon looping. What's the new tamer? The new promo. There you are. Katone. Yeah, this card seems really good. So we're probably gonna want that. Then we have this Taiki and this. There's a lot of tamers. How many tamers are we already running? 12? Jeez, that's a lot. Could probably trim it down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Trim it down by 2 somehow. Probably could get rid of this. So we run 4 of that. Or do we run... Is it like 3, 3, 2, 2? Something like that? Well, what is this tamer actually doing for us? So by placing a Cross Hearts from our... So there's an argument to cut the duo tamer. There is an argument. We still probably want at least one superior. So let's look at our shouts. Yeah, I don't know if we need the Merva anymore. Like, because don't we just shout loop or whatever? So we probably don't need the Merva anymore. And this could be another Siege for consistency, which means we might not need the DX, because DX is kind of expensive. And instead we could run like 1 Shout 4 and 1 Shout 5. Where's Shout 4? There you are. The best boy. Shout 4. And then, which Shout 5 would we want? Would we want this one or the new one? Bahai Empire. So, all turns, when this Digimon would leave the battle area, we get to place 3 Cross Hearts underneath our Digimon. On delete, we get to play a 4-cost or lower Cross Heart. And then it's got Digicross -2 for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is still just a free card. I think we would want the new Shout 5. Like, at least a copy of the new Shout 5. The new Shout 5 seems reasonable. Yeah, I'm trying to, like, figure out what to do with cross arts, because I want... Like, I bought the promo, and I think cross hearts right now might be slightly underrated or undervalued. So, actually, let me just abandon pretty much everything, and we'll start with the tamers and go backwards. So, I think the only thing that we're realistically keeping is, yeah, so we'll start with the tamers and kind of just work backwards. So, we have our tamers that are doing our cross hearts enabling shenanigans. 10 tamers seems like a lot, but, like, the way cross hearts works, we kind of need it to. I'm just... should we run... what's the other Taiki? Yeah, because we have... this Taiki, that's the mem setter that just generically does Digicross stuff. And then we have this Taiki. Well, I guess we don't need this Taiki because we have, like, these cards. So, like, this Taiki's just worse than Katone. So, I guess the only real question is, would we even want to consider running this Taiki? I don't know if we need to. But we won't worry about that because I think, like, we do just have to run a lot of tamers. I don't even know if this is necessary. Because we have this, so maybe this could be replaced with another Katone, and then this is the one of. If this is the one of, then maybe this could be the mem setter. Because of the fact that it's... like, this isn't a Taiki card, but I guess neither are these. So, Alright. Alright, Shoutmons. So, we have Shoutmons. So, obviously, E6 is going to be our win condition. I still like 1 E5, 1 7 superior, and 1 4, because 4 is kind of just insane still. And then we just play the cards around those, right? Or do we play any 3s? Maybe we do play a 3. Where's 3? There's 3. 3 is still pretty good. We'll start with, like, one of each of those. Because I don't know how much I want to commit to them when E6 is the game plan. And then speaking of E6, I gotta run the other Shoutmons. So, what's the best Shoutmon? Is it the on delete one? I guess I gotta look at level, not color, level 3. Alright. So, what is our best actual Shoutmon? We're probably not going to be using this because we're not digivolving, because that's not the point of the deck. Is it really on delete? I think it might be on delete. Yeah, because all the other Shoutmons are just kind of medium. There's the Searcher Shout, which isn't, like, too bad either. But we got to figure out deck space before we add more Shouts. And then we need our Omni Shouts. So we go level 5. Oh. So 1 and 3. Or do we just not even run this? On play, if one of the opponent's Digimon gets minus 3,000 for the turn, then delete a 3,000. That's not terrible. On delete, super save, and then comes with rush. Then this is end of the attack. We get to play one Cross Hearts or Blue Flare from our... Oh, Cross Hearts, Blue Flare, or Hero from our hand and reduce the cost by 5. That's still pretty good because this just allows us to swing and then Digicross. And then on delete, super save still. You may place one... Oh, this isn't really super save. This is just kind of... It's like half super save. Because it doesn't save itself. Super save saves itself. So maybe we do just cut this card because like the removal aspect is cute, but I don't necessarily know how often that's actually going to come up. So now we just need all of our parts and pieces. So Zeeg, oops. 1, 2 Zeeg, Sparrow. We probably would still want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As much as I like this card, this is not really for Cross Hearts. I mean, it can be. It's not bad. I just don't know if it's... So what's the inheritable? Collision? And then... this Sparrow gives us Reboot. So we can maximize on our abilities. I don't necessarily know if the Warp is worth running this card or not. Probably not. Because we're like almost never going to be going into this card, ideally. I binge read Digimon Liberators manga this weekend, and it was so good. I want to make a stream out of that. Like, because I stopped reading at, like, what, chapter 5 when they first introduced clothes. So I really need to do a binge read, and I wouldn't mind doing, like, a live binge reading. What's up, everyone else in chat? Looking sharp today. I mean, I rolled out of bed. I ate some Arby's sandwiches because I had it. Like, fun fact on Arby's coupons, they say in the fine print you could use them up to 3 times, which is, like, kind of insane. So the life hack is you use it twice, and then they hand you the coupon back because you could ask for it back because you could use it up to 3 times. If they don't mark anything on the coupon, you could just take that same coupon and go to a different Arby's and then order, like, whatever you were going to order from the coupon twice again and then just rinse and repeat until they decide to, like, cut you off of the coupon. So, yeah, I bought a couple of beef and cheddars for a reasonable price because of the coupon, and that was my brunch. Yeah, that was my brunch. So I rolled out, watched a little YouTube, ate a beef and cheddar, and now here I am. 4-in-1 on the Omni Shout. I still want the removal Omni Shout. Is kind of like what you were thinking, Kuma. Because let me show you where my thought process is, and then we could kind of iterate from there. So I'm thinking, what, 5 of each piece is kind of just where my mind wants to go to increase consistency. So that's why I'm running 2 and 3, is so that way I have like the diversity of their abilities. Then is that no? Let's go level 4 crosses. Then we go 1, 2, 1, 2. And then level 5 crosses. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then we go stars. Starmon. We need level 4s. 1, 2, 3. And then we go level 3s. 1, 2, 3. Or no, we just need 2. So that's kind of where my brain is coming up with. I guess like running 5, like running the extra Omni Shout kind of makes sense. So I don't think this is bad. Then we're what, 1 card off? So Voldararm. Maybe I could decrease that for 2 Voldararms. Voldararm is just such a good card. So this is kind of just where my my base mind goes to at this point. So feel free to agree or disagree, because I do not exactly know what I'm doing here. Isn't AD01 giving us more shout cards? I gotta look that up real quick. What, Digimeta keeps track of the releases of new cards? Cards? AD01? It's a shame we're not getting that many Shoutmon cards in AD01. But I at least want to put, like, we're getting the Shout Cross 7. That's what we're getting. What is Shout Cross 7 doing? So, on play, when Digivolving, when attacking, you could return one of the opponent's Digimon with as much DP as this Digimon to the bottom of the deck. Then this Digimon can unsuspend. That's interesting. Yeah, that's... Oh, it could Digivolve on top of our level 6s. Okay. And then during all turns, when this Digimon would leave the battle area other than by Digicross, from this Digimon's Digivolution sources, we get to return 4 of them to underneath one of our Tamer and play one of them. Ooh, okay. And then its Digicross is 2, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sources. So that means this is going to be ideally a 1-cost card. Oh, it's when attacking. So that way I could just hard play it, do its thing, then, yeah, I could hard play it, attack, choose not to use the on play, and then swing, and then get its when attacking. Okay. That's how that works. So does that become better than this? Like, here, hold on. So, which direction would the deck rather go into? Because this has no keywords. Like, that's my big issue with the new Cross 7, is this card literally has no keywords. So, all it's ever doing is just its on play when attacking. And then it has the ability to, I guess, like, the ability to reload is something to value, right? My eggs? Yeah. Thank you for the reminder. I gotta fix up the eggs. But between the two Shoutmons, like, what is the actual preferred one that we would rather use going into AD01? Because at least, like, the Shoutmon E6 has, like, Alliance and built-in reboot. So maybe I wouldn't want the... Well, I guess the other Sparrows are for the other Digimon, not necessarily for the Shoutmon. Because the Shoutmon wants the Raptor. I don't know which one's better, chat. Because E6 is... like, I think this build, probably as is, would be a little bit better if I was going into Shout 7. Because I do have all of the flexibility on all the cards. That's kind of just the vibe that I'm getting, is just like, I don't have to commit to just the E6 cards. Because E6 has to commit to the E6 cards. 4x6 and 2x7, I could see that. Because, like, I could still Digivolve on top of the E6 into the 7. Go 6-7? 6-7. There we go. Nailed it. Don't hate me for that, chat. Don't hate me. Like, would we basically just cut the folder arms for the two Shout 7s? And basically just keep the build relatively the same as this? I don't know. This definitely doesn't feel strong enough to be, like, a workaround card for the deck. It just feels like a good card to use for the deck. So that way I could try to combo power with E6, Digivolve into a X7, and then do more things, and then X7 comes with the protection that E6 wish it had. And by protection, I just mean the stickiness and the all turns effect. I think that's probably the play. So, if I was to prepare this deck for the two E6s, I would probably replace the Volder Arms with the E6, even though Volder Arms is just kind of insane. It's either that, or I have to, like, lower my Tamer count. So, when attacking, yeah, I think I like the yellow egg over the red egg. So, we're just going to run yellow egg. Then 6 is a 6, right? Yeah. So this is the old Shout 7. God, the old Shout 7's just so mediocre at this point in time. I like Shout 7, but it's so so outdated. All right, so the last piece is options. Like, do we try to incorporate either of these two, or do we just say screw it and we just kind of can't? I can't turn my back, but I don't know how many copies I would reasonably want to run. Like, it's a really good combo card, but I would have to try to figure out the deck space for it. But I do agree with you, Kuma. I do think once the new Cross 7 comes out, that's probably a 2 of. I don't think it's good enough to warrant running it as a 4 of to stand on its own legs. So I'm just trying to think how I could incorporate the options. I think, like, obviously the answer is to just run less of these cards to incorporate the options. So I think I can probably cut... I'll cut Sparrow and then just run the 4 Raptors. And then I could squeeze in a Meteor. Because I think, like, Sparrowmon, the level 3, is probably doing the least amount of work. I can make the argument to start cutting the extra crosses. Actually, let me save the builds as different builds. So let's go. Well, I took out the level 3 Sparrows. Yeah. All right. Then just for staying face, let's throw in the cross 6s as like the filler. Yeah. Or the cross 7s. All right, so this is kind of what I would consider for incorporating the new cross 7 into this deck. So we could save this out, and then we could copy it. And then we will import. And then... All right. And now we could properly tune E6, I guess, for the time being. So we'll go back to Volderarm. We probably cut the Starmons to run an extra Raptor. An extra this. Then we could probably cut the Sparrows. Oops, 1S, not 2. So we could cut the sparrows. We need the options. That's what we were looking at. So we need... So I would ideally want to try 3 of this and then maybe 2 of this. So that's just a lot of cards to cut. So we could start by just cutting the excess forms. And then I need to cut like what? 1 more card? Oh yeah, access forms. So we cut the access forms and then we could squeeze the options in. I don't exactly know if this is good. I could cut these guys to fix up some other stuff. Oh, hold on, chat. Hey, what's up?
Are you streaming or anything?
Why? Sorry about that, chat. Cross has so many options to choose from. They do and they don't. Like, the 2 best options is obviously these 2. Very obviously these 2. I wish Shout and Darulu Cannon had a inheritable ability. So if we're playing more towards E6, then we probably want to fix up the level 3s. Andali, you get to play a shooting Starmon. Oh, minus 2,000. That's pretty good. And then we could just put in the sparrows. Hey, welcome. I'm going to be butchering names because names are very difficult. Thank you for supporting, Keira. There we go. I'll shorten it to Keira because the rest of the name I 100% will butcher. How do you decide between the old, and the new 7 Superior? Just whatever I feel like is going to be more beneficial. So 7 Superior is a level 7. So let's look at the level 7s. And you basically just compare the 2, or this is all the same. Oh, this is the new Superior. So you kind of just have to evaluate what you feel like you want to use. So the new 7 Superior is not bad. We get a trash 10 cards stacked from one of your opponent's Digimon. That's on play and when digivolving. That might seem pretty decent, but like right now, trashing cards out of their inheritables outside of a couple of matchups really isn't going to be doing that much. And then we get to return one of the opponent's Digimon with no Digivolution sources to the bottom of their deck. Like, it's good constant removal versus this where it's kind of just a one and done. But, like, most of the time, you gotta understand the role in which the card is trying to fulfill. So, the idea of what one is better is just how you're going to be using it, essentially. So, I like the fact that this doesn't check options. And I'm probably overvaluing that more than anything. But, like, if I'm trying to end games, like, I don't want to trigger as many abilities as possible. And I feel like this one triggers less abilities overall. Because this one still returns all Digivolution sources from your opponent's Digimon to the bottom of the deck. And then its owner... and then it returns a Digimon to the bottom of the owner's deck. So the big difference to me is this feels like it's just slightly weaker than the old Superior. Because if the idea is you're just going to be stripping something and then removing it from the field, this one technically does that job a little bit better. But this being split up does have its uses. It's just the your turn apart, not triggering the opponent's security effects on their option cards is the main thing that I'm probably overvaluing. Going to an Evo Cup today, what should you play? What decks do you have access to? Oh, just K is fine? Okay, K. Okay, K, but yeah. So, I guess, is this card technically easier to use? When this card would be played, by playing one Shoutmon underneath it, reduce the play cost by 1. No, it's the same. Oh, yeah, it's literally the same condition as this. We have to have a Shoutmon on our field in order to reduce it by 1 and then use anything from our trash. They both have 15. This technically has an Evo cost, so it's slightly easier to use. Because you could, like, at worst, just Evo on top of, like, a Shout E6. But, yeah, I don't necessarily think it matters super hardcore which one of the Shoutmons you're using. Depending if you're using any color searches, that might impact your decision. And depending if you care about the abilities being split up versus put into one, also would matter. But yeah, so I'm just using the old one because it literally says options don't work out as security. So if I'm doing like a big punch with this card, then all of their options just don't trigger, and that's probably where I'm overvaluing it. But I don't think this one's bad. It's just slightly different strokes for slightly different blokes. Like, they're very comparable in what they're doing. So I guess, like, if you have, like, hero support, then this could be kind of cute. Because there's almost no way that the opponent actually has more than 10 cards out of their inheritables. Like, almost no way. There's very few decks that can even achieve that high of a number. But I think because this one can at least Evo, this one's technically easier to use, but the result is it's probably just a tiny bit weaker, so, Is there any other fixes that I would want to this? I think this is probably okay. We could probably rock e6 for a hot second, but I think once the cross 7 comes out, then I probably would run something like this. So that way you have like a good healthy mix. You're still mostly an e6 deck, but you do have the availability of using the new cross 7. There we go. Gotta fix that naming convention. So I think this is probably a good place to start with today's games, is with a little bit of e6 action. Because cross can be fun. Not with this hand. But yeah, so if you have like a question between what of the two cards you're doing or like using, usually I like to just figure out what the deck A needs and B card is doing. And then based on those two answers, you kind of just like make a little, not really flow chart, but like a cost evaluation map and just kind of weigh the pros and cons. This hand is arguably just... Well, I do have a level 3, so I at least could level 3 Tamer. Whereas the other hand, it's just Tamer. I do think, like, maybe because of all of the parts and pieces, if you don't have, like, a really good opener, Cross can kind of just struggle at times. Because I don't necessarily think its search power is, like, insane. Like, finding all of your pieces definitely is going to be a little bit of a struggle all the time. Drawing into the 2 Volder Arms is really not what we want to see. Thanks for the insight. Yeah, not a problem. Like, that's kind of just what I'm here for. I just want to make and help people be better players. That plays the Marcus. Yeah. It's just like how Shine kind of still just wants to be an OTK deck. So we could Digivolve for free with this Sparrowmon. And then... Yeah. And then we get a search off of this. And then put it underneath our Tamer. So we're going to throw the Zeeg underneath because that's the most useless card right now. The Katone is a pretty good card because we're going to end on hard playing that. So we get a swing. Draw. Check. Oh, from under the Tamer. Oops. So I was supposed to put the Raptor underneath it. Oh well. That's fine. Change of plans. We're just gonna unfortunately give them a little bit extra memory, but it's not the end of the world. What is this card searching for? Reveal the top 3, add 1 Cross Hearts or Blue Flare from among them, then trash the rest. So if we're trashing the rest, then we want this in our trash because we have the Katone that could put it in there. Yes. From trash. So at this point, we're just, what, missing 1 piece? No, we're missing 2. We're missing the Ballista and we're missing the Star. Okay. Okay, so they are trying to do big OTK combo. From trash. Because this is super save, right? On delete, place one cross from... Oh, no, it's not super save. It's just selective save. Okay. We'll do under here. Ooh, those are really good hits for us. But do they just have the ability to kill us from here? So we get to select one cross hearts traded card. Do we take the Omni Shout or do we take the E6? Because it's one's going into our hand and one's going underneath, right? Yeah, so if that's the case, then this goes into our hand. It's either that or maybe the Sparrow goes into our hand, so we have something in our raising area. Yeah, we'll do the Sparrow, and then this will go underneath. How strong do you think Cross is going to be after the new support? What do you think of the potential Cross 4 coming off the list? Cross 4 is not coming off. The combos that Cross 4 can do are, like, absolutely disgusting. So, Cross 4 is likely not to come off. Yeah, my opponent put us in a very, very particularly interesting position where I kind of have to do something big here. Otherwise, I'm in very deep trouble. With Katone on the field, E6 is less important to pick up since you have one in hand. Yeah. That's true. Okay, so we are just missing the star. So we could throw one under. Probably the ballista. Oh, we have the star. Okay. So from trash. And then we just pick up the star from the trash. And now we have pretty much everything. They do have a Digimon in raising, so I do have to end on a blocker. Or make, like, an insanely big power play here. So, this requires... Yeah, we have everything, right? Because we have the... Yeah, we have this. We have the Jaeger. We have the Darulu. Yeah, so we have everything. Suspend to play from Tamer. Oh, right. Yeah, so we use this, and then we could use this to play out this from here. Okay. That's how we do it. So we suspend. We're going to use the effects to go from our Digivolution source, the Omni, the Zeeg, the Ballista, the Jaeger, and then the Raptor. All of... Yeah. And then this allows us to play out the Shooting Star. Minus another 3. We will save this so we could potentially do that with like a rush play. So now we swing 2 checks Alliance. How does this card work? We get to place all Digimon from our Cross Hearts. Then we get to play Cross Hearts from our hand and reduce the cost by 1. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have a normal Shoutmon. And we can't use this ability off. We can't use the Katone off of the Can't Turn My Back. So we swing Alliance. Marcus wouldn't be a threat if we use Voldararm. Don't we? Yeah, so we need to be Cross Hearts card to be able to block this incoming Digimon. Yeah, so now here's the awkward part of... So I could... Oh, wait, no. Don't I use... I can't turn my back to just play a... play one from trash? With the Katone's ability? Yeah, and then I could use Katone to play out a another E6. You could get 4 checks with the option, but without another rush, I don't know how you can swing with Blitz Taiki. Yeah, that's the big problem. Oh, it has to be from under her? It can't be from my trash? By suspending, you get to play a level 5 or higher Cross Hearts from under the Tamer. Okay. So... I think Katone only plays from under the Tamer. Yeah. Okay. So, I kind of just lose here because he dealt too much pressure and I can't kill him. Because my hand was bad. That's kind of the vibe I got, is I just couldn't kill him in response. And I think that's one of the big problems with Cross Hearts, is like they're... Like, if you don't have the loopy-doopy stuff set up, like, you probably aren't killing him. Yeah, so maybe I did need to take the extra cross 6, because then I would have used the cross 6, and then digivolved into the Voldararm, and that might have been a good enough defensive play line to be good enough. This hand's pretty mediocre. I mean, I have this, so like I at least have something. I'll choke and digivolve for 1. Yeah, Katone really needs a lot of stuff set up under her in order to like really be good, and I think the amount of time that the opponent generally is going to give you in where the current pacing of the game is just not exactly... Voldararm Partition would have been active, though. Yeah, but I wouldn't be able to block. That's the problem. They have 2 swings and I have 0 defense. Like, I have 0 blockers. Because Voldararm is not a blocker. I guess we got a YOLO. I guess we're YOLOing. YOLO failed. On delete, reveal 3, put 1 to the bottom of the tamer. Yeah. Yeah, YOLO failed. I guess we kind of just lose because we don't see a tamer. Cross is still kind of rough. Like, they're still kind of in a rough spot. Like, it almost feels like you would rather have a tamer in hand than a level 3 Digimon. Like, that kind of just feels correct. Like, I would rather have a tamer than a level 3. I mean, granted, I have both, so sure, we could keep this. Our tamer's going to be digging. So we at least have that going for us. So what is going into the hand and what is going underneath the tamer? So I think we do Raptor to our hand because then we could Digivolve. And the Shout goes underneath the tamer. Unfortunately, we lose the Zeeg. Yeah, but all the opponent has to do is just not trigger Partition. And then also, if they make their Digimon big enough, then like our removal off of Partition doesn't really matter. Yeah, I guess like the big thing for Cross Hearts, especially in this current environment, is the fact that they have 0 actual ways of dealing with Volderarm. Or not Volderarm, with Vortex, and I think, like, the Vortex check is so huge. Like, it's massive. So we get to pick one. So, do we... No, I think we have to take another tamer just to try to search out stuff. Minus 2k. Draw a card. Yeah, this card doesn't natively have blocker. From our trash, we are going to put you underneath. And then set up a tamer. What about the 4-cost red option that beats up big bodies? Yeah, we would be forced to run it. Ooh. I really want to take the Shout, but I think the correct answer is Taiki and then Tuck Shout. Just because, again, how this deck functions, we would rather need tamers rather than actual Digimon, which is ironic to say. Yeah, you, like, being forced to run that is kind of just a feels bad moment. So, like, yeah, I could cut a Meteor Rock and Soul for it. Because this card's good, but it definitely feels more like a win more type of a thing. Well, maybe not necessarily a win more. I think Cross is pretty strong, but the deck ratios are wacky. You got second at locals with Cross. You could show me the list. Yeah, I'll gladly take the list. Like, I don't exactly know what Cross is particularly doing outside of Cross 6, and again, as you pointed out, the ratios are just really kind of wacky. So they gave me 3. So we obviously are tucking the shooting star to draw into a shooting star. Okay. So we swing Digivolve for free, do some searches. That's definitely happening. By unsuspending across 6, one of your shooting star mons. Okay. So let's go ahead and draw a card. We will use this effect to Digivolve and draw some more cards. Voldararm is a Vortex check. Reveal top. I think maybe it is just another Omni Shout, because we... Or, no, maybe it is just a Sparrow, because these two don't really seem like they matter at this point. We would rather have the backup rookie in hand. Alright, and this is E6 time. From our Digimon's Digivolution source. Yeah, it's unfortunate we were just missing the Zeeg. So what is this doing? By unsuspending one of your E6s and a shooting star, one of your Digimon can attack the player. Okay. So we kind of, unfortunately, have to get rid of the token. Then this will swing, pop this. And then Amethyst, unfortunately, is most likely going to kill the shooting star. No. Okay, I mean, that just makes this pretty free then, right? Yeah, I mean, we just repeatedly use this. Well, okay. I mean, I'll take that misplay. I'll 100% take that misplay. Because they should have killed the shooting star to prevent that line of play. Because even at worst, like, not killing the cross... Like, I could kind of understand their logic. They're hoping that cross 6 dies in security, and then I waste all of the resources underneath. But in the off chance that cross 6 survives, my playlines are, like, still kind of strong enough to carry that. You had collision, not a misplay? I mean, I was still bigger than him, even post-collision. Because I had alliance. It feels like it was a misplay. Like, take the guaranteed kill, and then prevent specific lines of play that you know they might have. I guess maybe that's like an experience or knowledge check, where they might not know that Rock Soul is a card that E6 still is playing. So, it might not necessarily have been like a misplay, because again, the idea is if E6 dies in security, then I would be in a way worse position than what I was in. And he wasn't super big, he was only 8k. I thought you meant them blocking? Yeah, no, they were forced to block because of collision. The misplay was where the Amethyst debuff went. I think the smarter play would have been the Amethyst debuff kills the shooting star, and then they just have to hope I don't have the options to reuse the cross 6. Cross 6 has material save, or EX has material save 4. Yeah, it does. And I didn't use all of the sources, so it pretty much would have guaranteed everything back. Going second, this is probably a decent hand, actually. Because we have the Shoutmon, so, like, our first turn is Shoutmon and Taiki, Kiriha Nene. Rox is a really rough matchup for this deck, I'll have to say. So, like, I think the top Liberator decks are probably the gatekeepers of the format. Like, between the combination of Rox, Medusa, Vortex, like, you have to be a deck that can navigate around those types of matchups in order to really be viable, I would say. And not a lot of decks can navigate around those. Those matchups are rough for a lot of decks. Like, and that's why Rox is still so good, even though, like, against some of the other top decks, he seems a little bit worse. It's just, he's such a gatekeeper deck. Like, between him, Vortex, like, those are just insanely strong gatekeeper decks. I'll just put Shooting Star underneath right now, because I know I need that card set up. No, we swing. Get the card draw. Do I just cross into an Omni Shout here? I feel like that's what I have to do. From Tamer. And then I can make the attack. I don't think I have the ability to want to do that. Because this would be for 1, so let's just not. We'll just keep the body on the field and keep the pressure on. Because no rookie and raising is really good for me here. Five. That means they're going to hard play a 4? Yeah. And then Evo into a 5 past turn. They get to tuck another source underneath. Oh, they're going to Evo here for free. Pyramidi. They're going to trash their 3 to de-digivolve my Digimon. And then he gets to put 3 underneath, so he's going to probably put the rookie underneath. Oh, he can't. That's the security attack plus Sunariza. We'll tuck and draw. Then we'll tuck and draw. Do I actually try to use the Jaegermon here? Like the Jaeger Darulu? I think maybe I do. So I'll tuck one of this underneath. Ooh, that's pretty good. One of your opponent's Digimon with 2 or more. Oh, if your opponent has 2 or more, then return one of them to the bottom. Okay. Yeah, so I'm obviously going to be... Ooh, do I have aggro loops? So I could go into Shout. And then Shout plays out Shout. And then I can Digivolve from underneath into another Omni Shout. Like, is that... Are we just aggro looping here? Instead of, like, doing a raising play? Because they're really dry on resources. Yeah, so do I just aggro loop, or do I just play it safer and just Digivolve up into a Jaeger? And then just turn their ability to do stuff off? Like, the Jaeger's obviously the easier play. Suspend, and then one of their Digimon can't unsuspend or activate when Digivolving effects. Which pretty much turns off the majority of what their deck can do. So, I guess how much damage am I doing with aggro looping? That's the real question. You get to place 1 card with Cross Hearts or Blue Flare from your hand or trash underneath one of your Tamers. If you did delete this Digimon. Yeah, I think we just aggro loop, right? Because I could always just hard play this, pass him a lot of memory, and then make his card useless. So, yeah, I think we do just go for the aggro loop. That's not good for us. Then we super save. Yeah. We put one in, and we take one out, and we put one in, and we do it all about. That's also not really good for us. So I guess the big question is, am I going to... it really depends on what they're going to play. Okay, so they're going to play a close, so I can't reasonably Zeeg. I mean, I could. I could just, like, Digivolve into Zeeg. Oh, no, I can't, because it doesn't have, alternative Digivolution costs. From trash. So we're obviously taking the cross 6. And another shout goes underneath. Oh, so here's the real question. Do I actually just Digivolve into Jaeger? I think I do. Or do I just, like, give him a lot of memory? He doesn't have a whole lot of cards in his hand, so there's probably not a lot that they can do with their memory. This is only your turn, but these are all turns. Because it's either I play efficiently... No, I think I have to. I think I'm in a position where I have to do this. So that turns off his turn, pretty much. This is at the end of your turn. He can just make a massive battery, I guess. Yeah, the hard part is just navigating the inheritables and the Pyramidy effect. Like, I kind of have to try to set up a cross 7 superior, but I don't have a Shoutmon to use currently. So, thanks for making the mistake of using that card, because he can't unsuspend and he doesn't get his Wind Digivolving effects. So that kind of buys me a little bit of time, because he could have sat on the level 6 Digimon and then batteried more, knowing he wouldn't be able to get any effects off. Is this a mandatory deletion? Yeah, the deletion is mandatory. That's unfortunate. I mean, I guess that's really good for us. What sources are you going to be removing? What's your opinion on BT10 Taiki? He's good. He's a searcher. He enables the strategy of using stuff underneath my Digivolution sources. So that's already really good. And he's a searcher. So he is exactly what the deck wants and needs. He's like borderline irreplaceable. I never feel like using it, I never really liked using it unless I find the last piece. No, like, I love the card because he searches and he enables the strategy. Because, like, what's your alternative to using, his ability? Like, it's between that, Taiki, Kiriha, and Nene, and then the Mem Setter. And the Mem Setter is so not important at all. And the Mem Setter also isn't battering your win con. So, like, the BT10 Taiki is one of the best tamers in the entire deck. You found 2 to be a good number? The search is just too good. Well, I drew literally into the exact same cards I just pitched. Cool. And I do not have a... Oh, I do have a shooting star. Okay. So, yeah. Now, I can swing and then Digicross into Shout. So that unfortunately did cost a little bit of memory, but this is fine. Yeah, and now we just swing for game and delete the prog. So that way we don't trigger the magnetic. Yeah. Yeah, so this card is just too good to not run in my perspective. Because, like I said, the search is very, very valuable. And then the fact that he basically searches for 2 cards makes him way stronger than a lot of other search tools that we could be using. Because he's a tamer, so he's very non-interactable. Then he enables the same ability as the Taiki Kiriha Nene and the Mem Setter, where we get to use stuff underneath our Digimon to enable our Digicrosses, because the only other cards that are doing it is literally this, Taiki, and the Mem Setter, but the Mem Setter literally is doing absolutely nothing other than just being a Mem Setter, and that's the big problem with why literally nobody plays the Mem Setter outside of maybe an occasional one of, is because, like, if we're already, like, Digicrossing, most of the time our cards are going to cost no more than 3 memory on the ideal basis, and on average it's going to cost us 1 to nothing. So, Yeah, I think this card is just too good. It's a mandatory bare minimum 3 of, and if I had the deck space, I would consider running a 4th. It's just too good. You feel like... So, the idea behind the 3 versus 2 versus 4 is... the math on how Digimon decks work is when you're running something as a 4 of, you want to see it every single game and as often as you humanly possibly can. That's why it's a 4 of. Running it at 3 means that you want to see it on average at least once per game. Running it as a 2 of means your deck can function without seeing it, but obviously it's still a decent card to have and you want to see it sometimes. And then 1 of is, this is just a text spot or a flex spot, and it could kind of just be whatever you feel like you want it to be. And I'm just electing to choose it as the 1 card that I'm running. So running one of the key searching tools in the deck as a 2 of feels like a ginormous mistake, because if you look at literally every other Digimon in this entire deck, none of them are searching for cards outside of Raptor Sparrow. Literally none of them are searching for cards. So relying solely on draw cycling is like fine, but you still need the ability that he offers to be able to enable the game plan, and he's a cheaper play than pretty much almost anything you would do otherwise. So I'm not saying it's like, oh, bad to run it as a 2 of. It's just, for me personally, based on the playstyles that I enjoy, this card feels like it's mandatory bare minimum 3 to 4 of. Because of just how little search this deck actually has, and you kind of just have to have it. I was originally 3-3 split on all the tamers that I'm running. That's way too many tamers. Like, unfortunately, you have to cut some tamers. And, like, one of the big reasons why I don't like this card is because it literally doesn't say it counts as a Taiki. Even though we're not, like, really playing any specific super Taiki-based synergies, it's like, if I were to, like, include a King Shoutmon or something that's asking specifically for Taiki, this card's not a Taiki. And I would rather have the instant search and pay less, so that way I don't accidentally give my opponent more memory than I have to, rather than just hard playing 4 cost tamers almost all the time. Like, at least, like, with Katone, it's, like, still getting you some instant gratification, which, like, I can understand why. But, like, seeing more cards out of your deck and being able to use more cards is, in my perspective, more beneficial. Like, if I had the deck space, I would run it as a 4 of, but, like, I do still value the Taiki Kiriha and Nenes and the other the other tamers. I do still value them enough, which is why I'm running it as a 3. Did I get the deck list on Discord? I did not. Okay. If I'm cheating out, I'm not using that card. So, that's already, like, one thing I'm not even doing is, I'm not even using this card. I think this card is bad. It's not good enough. Like, for where the game currently is, this card really is not doing anything that I already am not, like, am already doing. Like, it's cute, don't get me wrong, but I don't really see the use for this card, because this card, outside of literally Cross 7 Superior, I can't even use. Like, unless I'm using, what, Nene version, which is something I'm already not using, and cross decks very rarely ever use because there's no reason to use these 2 cards. Like, you could go ahead and double check a lot of the, like, cross decks that were being played from BT20 till now, and literally none of them are running these 2 cards. So something tells me from that data set that, like, if nobody's playing these 2 cards, like, they don't really need to be in the deck because there's better things we could be doing to proactively get to our win cons a little bit better. Like, you could probably make the argument, like, yeah, sure, you could just take out the Volder arms and run the Lumia instead. The Lumi instead, but, like, I don't see anyone doing that, and having a floodgate to hose on the opponent's plays just seems a better of a play. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of tech that could go into how Cross is built. Yeah, 3 King modes. Like, I would want to run King mode. It's just deck space is very, very tight on the ability to run King mode. So, like, this is a prime example of, like, a okay-ish hand where it's like, because I have the Tamer Setter, or not Tamer Setter, because I have this, I could try to draw into what I need, and I have access at more cards that I'm able to use if I were to use this type of a hand, versus not having this Taiki. I literally would have 0 plays in my opener hand, other than hard set a Tamer and hope that, like, my top decks are good enough. So sometimes just having the ability to see more is just better. Like, this is arguably a way better hand. Like, holy shit, this hand is really decent. This matchup is absolutely abysmal for us, and it's probably an auto loss. So I guess it really doesn't matter because I'm going to lose this matchup. They just have to see promo, and I automatically lose the game. Like, that's part of the big problem with cross decks, is if they could, like, fuck around with your Tamers, you just automatically lose the game. So just to memory choke, I'm going to set up this Taiki. But the fact that I have both of these already is pretty decent. Yeah, so I'm going to have Sparrowmon unfortunately kill Vemmon. Yeah, so they already found the card that automatically wins them the game. So I really have to bait it out and watch where I'm putting my stuff, so that way they can not deal as devastating of a blow to me. Like, the fact that I have to dance around Destromon is pretty painful. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, so we're just going to set this up and just try to be annoying. I'm saving the Kotane for potential later play. So we're going to add this to our hand, and we're going to tuck a Sparrow underneath. So the reason why I'm doing that is because if he does indeed delete this Tamer, I could at least use Kotane to be able to put the Raptor back underneath to potentially still have something to do. Yeah, the fact that this Snatch can just literally Digicross out of the trash for free is, like, insane. Yeah, so that's what we were waiting for. Deleting both of our tamers is, like, absolutely insanely huge. It really does limit our play lines. I need all of these. I literally need all of these. But I think based on it, I have to take the shooting star for right now. I think I have to go into Shout Cross 6, right? Just to deal with this card. I don't get the ability to attack at the end of the turn, but I think I have everything to go into it, right? Yeah, I also don't get to play out the shooting star, which is unfortunate. What this deck really needs is a way to get its tamers out of the trash. Like, that's probably the biggest thing that the deck needs. Because I have... Oh, I don't have everything. Because they're, what, in the trash? Yeah, two of them are in the trash. So, I don't have everything I need yet, which is unfortunate. So, I think I just have to play the Kotane and kind of hope and pray for, like, next turn I can do some crazy stuff. No, so it's not cross from trash. Like, I needed to set this up to be able to potentially, like, cross from trash. But yeah, like, crossing from trash and getting tamers out of your trash is, like, two things the deck very desperately needs in order to be anywhere remotely competitively viable at this point. Because, as you just saw, they fucked with my tamers, and my whole game plan is starting to fall apart at the seams. Because now I don't have particularly as much tempo as I need in order to function. And if he has another promo Destro, I'm actually just fucked because he just deletes both of my tamers, and now I functionally can't play the game anymore. And I had one opportunity to get rid of the Destro because now they go into Galacti, and I have to try to out the Galacti. And as long as they have a Fusionize, they can reuse... Yeah, so we just automatically scoop here. Yeah, and Mastimon can kind of do something similar. She doesn't remove the tamers as quickly, but she's still incredibly strong at just being able to fuck with our tamers, which means we just lose ginormous parts of our game plan. And, like, that's part of the big reason why Cross isn't doing so well, is because, like, obviously you could see that the deck is moving a little bit slower than a lot of modern decks, and if they're able to do anything about our cards, we just functionally lose the game. Like, we have good combo play, and that's basically where the hype stops. Yeah, I'm gonna have to set this up. Drawing into my multiples of is not exactly ideal. What would you say would be Cross's matchup against all the Liberator decks? Very bad into the top 4, 5, 6 Liberator decks. Like, egregiously bad. And then, like, a lot of the lower tier Liberator decks, it's like, yeah, okay, I could beat the lower tier Liberator decks. Alright. If I don't hit a Tamer off this, we're kind of just dead. Alright. So, if I had to, let me pull up, let me pull up my tier list, because this has all of the Liberator decks, and I could, like, kind of just tell you how the cross matchup goes against the majority of them. So, Cross Hearts loses to all of these. Like, it honestly loses to every single top tier Liberator deck. It probably loses to the majority of the tournament-worthy ones as well. I think this is the only one he probably can do okay-ish against, as long as their speed isn't good, which they have a ton of ways to just accelerate at random. So, like, I don't necessarily think Cross is reasonably able to beat any of these very well. It probably has, like, maybe okay-ish matchup into Bees. But you really have to go fast enough in order to actually have a good matchup against Bees, because Bees has some pretty decent protection. They don't have protection against DP minus, but they could increase their DP because their security is high, and they have good ways of maintaining it, so I don't reasonably think Cross is able to beat this or this. It might be able to do something against Royal Knights, because the way Cross plays, like, Royal Knights... Actually, no, I don't think it can, because if Royal Knights is able to set up Mirror Force, then you just lose. Because you don't actually have any playlines or outs to the Mirror Force. You could try to, like, have enough cards in hand to be able to push through the Mirror Force, and by Mirror Force, I mean Omni X play. But I reasonably think Cross is really bad into, like, looking at the tier list, the top 7, decks. And then, when it comes to just some of the other Liberator decks, I think, like, it probably might end up struggling against Ghosts. It has no real outs to, Ex Machina if Ex Machina is set up. Moon Millennium just absolutely will kill you by default. So, like, you're really only starting to get positive matchups when you go into the lower tier brackets of, like, the Liberator decks, and even then, like, Suzune, if they're running Hexablaumon, they could Hexablau your most important Tamer. So, they even have some Tamer hate, which is not good for you at all. So, like, auto loss, auto loss, auto loss, auto loss. Maybe can push through. The worst matchup in the entire game. Maybe it could push through these. And then it's just like, it probably loses hard to this. If they get into Moon, that's probably an auto loss before you're able to set up your stuff. This would be rather difficult. This would be okay. This could be difficult. This is probably okay. Okay. This is probably okay. And maybe they could push through Demon Lord's shenanigans. Like, just looking at the matchup spread of, like, what these decks are doing versus what Cross is doing, it just does not look in Cross's favor at all. You feel like the Unchained emblem will just push it up to tournament worthy? Yeah, like, I think the emblem, like, the big problem with the deck right now is it has a mild consistency issue And I'm using the word mile loosely because like it has tools to be more consistent, but its game plan is just slightly awkward until you get to Ex Machina, and then once you get to Ex Machina, you're probably fine. But yeah. I don't think like these are like even the tournament contenders I don't necessarily think are that bad. Like whenever I do tier lists, I always have to like emphasize that the gap between tier 1 and tier 2 is way larger of a gap than it is from tier 2 to tier 3. Like that's like the baseline of like difference in power level that we're talking about. Like the gap between this tier is significantly larger. So like if I had to measure it on a scale of like 1 to 5, I would say like this is obviously grade 1, and then you would skip 2, and then this is probably like grade 3, and then 4, then 5. So like literally there's almost like a whole tier level worth of power difference between tier 1 and tier 2. But because there is no decks that are reasonably fulfilling that like tier 2 category, like that's kind of just where all of tier 3 is pretty much bumped up to tier 2, but it doesn't exactly reflect its overall strength and difference in power level. Invisi is such a pain to deal with without blockers unless you play low to the ground stuff. Yeah, I could see that. But like it goes to show like just against the Liberator decks, Shoutmon is not in a good position at all. Like, Cross is in a very bad position. Like, incredibly positioned poorly. I mean, like, Ice and Snow can only beat Vortex because of the mechanics that it works with. Like, you remove Ice Clad from Ice and Snow, and, like, Ice and Snow will probably never be able to beat Vortex without Ice Clad. But if you look at what Ice Clad's doing in every other matchup, outside of Vortex, it's not doing a lot. We have to mulligan this. This is way better of a start. So this is a prime example of like why I like this Taiki, is because like, okay, Kotane I'm getting no value out of because there's nothing in my trash. Setting this up early. I do get the card draw. This is obviously giving too much memory and not doing anything initially for the deck, where this is like at least still kind of doing something. Yeah, so like even this, just hard playing this or this, putting them to 4, like at least on the first turn's not like terrible, but obviously it's not ideal. I don't get any return in value from using that, but like the initial search and setup just allows plays to be possible. So I add Cross 6 to my hand and I tuck the Shooting Star. That's the play. Unfortunately, I wanted the Shoutmon so badly. Yeah, so now is like when I passively start setting up these tamers throughout the course of the game. And I think because I'm playing against Black War Greymon, this might be an auto loss too. So it just means I have to invest more into my 4-cost tamers than my 3-cost tamers. Yeah, because once they get into like Black War Greymon Ace, I think I'm kind of just boned. I mean, at least like Shoutmon E6 can get out of that, but this is going to be very rough. Because they could at least pop 2 tamers. They could pop a 3 and they could pop a 4. Tamer removal is rough for any cross deck. Yes and no. Certain cross-based decks are a little bit more resilient because some of them just don't even bother using their tamers as a resource. It's more specifically Blue Flare and Cross Hearts that do it. But that's why, like, having the ability to play your tamer out of your trash is incredibly important, and having the ability to cross using your trash is also incredibly important. So I need this to die in security. Thank you. Yeah, I'm like forced to play one of these two. I think I'm gonna play this one before this, because this is most likely gonna end up getting deleted, and I need to save the abilities. It just sucks that whatever I'm initially investing in, I'm gonna be losing. Oh, good thing they bottom decked their Black Wargreymon Ace. Oh, this only deletes one tamer. Okay. Unless they have, what's its face? Hades Force. Then Hades Force would probably delete an extra 2, so it could delete like 3 tamers pretty easily. But unfortunately, the way that the deck works is I have to like slowly, like, and this again goes to the speed difference in a lot of the top decks, is like I have to spend 2 to 3 turns, maybe 4 turns, setting up a tamer, or setting up my line of tamers in order to make the deck function. Whereas every other like modern deck just goes. Like they just grip it and rip it, and they can go as early as turn 2. So while I'm sitting here setting up tamers, there are already like 5 ways to Sunday, just absolutely destroying my security. If the title of the video means we're talking about AD01, thoughts on adventure support? The title of the video is like, yeah, thinking about AD01, because like that's why I'm playing Crosshearts right now, is because Crosshearts got a crumb of support, and I really want to understand Crosshearts a little bit better, to see where that new support comes into play. So I want to revisit Adventures and then look at all of the adventure cards and kind of make that same type of analysis. Oh, did he just hard play another one? Okay. So we're gonna do this first while we have low hand count. From our trash, take you. Are we just able to go? So we have Raptor, we have Shooting Star. So we're just missing the Zeeg. So just to try to choke on memory and make things more awkward, we're just going to use this. We're going to take the Tamer because none of those are particularly good. Although the 7 Superior is not terrible. I just don't think I need it for this matchup. No, I think it is just tuck the 7 Superior underneath. Because I can't use those anyway. So I'm taking the Tamer as a backup Tamer, even though objectively the correct answer was to take Sparrow. Empire, thank you for the $5 dono. I mean, the thing, Ice and Snow has a chance against Galacti, but it's more of an even matchup. Yeah, like, I think matchup spread-wise, Ice and Snow has little pockets where it's very good. But I think on average, looking at the macro level of the game, Ice and Snow is not the most competitive deck, because if you look at what a lot of competitive decks are doing, they're just killing the opponent like as early as turn 3, usually, on average. And Ice and Snow doesn't have the ability to close out games very efficiently. That was pretty lucky for us. Don't have to deal with the on deletes de-digivolve. But yeah, so I think Adventures is going to get very muddy. like, incredibly muddy of a deck. Because Adventures, it feels like there's two things that it wants to do. The first thing that it wants to do is, obviously, hold on. It wants to do what it was doing from the starter decks, but at the same time, it also wants to, do I have anything in the trash that's worth using? Shooting Star, but Shooting Star's already under Tamer? Yeah. From hand. Another Katone. So now we just use this. But yeah, so Adventures is going to get very muddy because it wants to try to basically replace Crisscross DNA. And I don't know how good it's going to be at doing that. So let's get some stuff out from underneath our Tamers. So I think this person's just really bricked up. Because I think they're trying to ace bait me here. Oh, why did I do that? I was supposed to play it out. Oh, well. So I could have done can't turn my back play, but I figured because they have one memory, I might as well do it next turn. Yeah, so I plan on revisiting Adventures next and looking at what the Adventures deck is currently doing, and then what are all of its new pieces going to do to enhance its current gameplay, or if it's just trying to replace its gameplay. And I feel like the Crisscross Applesauce DNA stuff, or like evolve into end of turn DNA type play, I don't know how good it's going to be at actually achieving the goal. Or if that is going to be added into how the deck currently is played nice and seamlessly. That's the other, like, concern. Okay, cool. We have a shout. So now we punch. Oh, that sucks. Materials save 4. I only have 4 sources, so that's fine. It's a good thing we have all of these. So maybe I was better off not doing this. Yeah, I probably was better off not doing this and just literally setting up another Tamer and just waiting a turn. So I don't know exactly why I decided to commit to this. I guess I wasn't thinking. I was thinking of other things. Because this is going to cost 3. I mean, I do get end of turn attack and then I could alliance. We'll do it underneath the Katone. Wargrey and Metal Guru are not allowed to exist on their own, apparently. Yeah. Oh, why couldn't I? I had Rush. Why wouldn't it let me make the attack? Weird, but okay. Yeah, so I guess I did that just to get rid of the sources from underneath my tamer, because he's gonna probably have to delete my tamer before my Digimon. So maybe that's why I decided to do it. I don't particularly know. Grab Shoutmon just in case of Rock Metal Meteor. I guess the really awkward thing is Shoutmon EX E Cross 6 kind of actually has good ways of dealing with Wargreymon Ace. What did he grab? Oh, he grabbed Greymon. The BT-24 Greymon. So, are they going to try de-digivolving me then? De-digivolve would kind of suck. Okay, cool. Alright, give me a second to run to the bathroom, and then we could take a look at Adventure. Because I have all of the AD01 cards pulled up here. So I could, like, cross-reference and analyze, what the new cards are doing. Because we know all of the new cards at this point, right? Like, we just know what they all are. Let me go to, this and see if everything's on here, too. In terms of the new cards. Oh, okay. So, is it, yeah, AD19? So, this should be AD25. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, yeah, so we do know all 25 new cards. Okay. So, that's good to know. So let me swap over to here so we just have different like, I think this layout for where my avatar is just a little bit better. Let me run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back, and we can look at Adventures next. I think, like, apps is obviously going to be the easiest one to do. But yeah, so, be right back in just a moment. All right. So we are back. What did I miss in chat? Yeah, I wish there were decks that weren't just Omniing, like Blitz Greymon deck. Oh yeah, like just other decks that use Omni cards that generally digivolve into Omnimon that just aren't going to use Omnimon. That would be a decent change. Like having like a dedicated Blitz deck and a dedicated Crest deck. That would be fun. I would agree with that. Same. I love Blitz Greymon. Quick while he's gone, pet his avatar. I don't know how to set that up on Twitch. Or, well, one, I don't know how to set that up on Twitch. But I don't know how to set that up on YouTube either. Like, there's still a lot of stuff I gotta learn. Like, I gotta learn how to separate, like, audio channels. So that way I could potentially, like, listen to actual music. But, like, I'm always afraid because of copyright strike and whatnot. So that's partially why I generally don't do anything music related. Which is unfortunate, but, like, that's just the reality of what I do is, like, yeah, I would rather it not get copyright stricken. So I just don't engage with it. I honestly thought we were still missing a new card considering Crescent Blitz DNA into Alter S. I guess they gave us a new one later or force us to use EX9. Yeah. So as far as adventure goes, like I was saying before, the awkward part is what was the last time Adventure did anything? BT22? Was this the last time Adventure did anything? Scrolling. I think it was BT22. Yeah, here's Adventure. So here's like what Adventure was doing, which the direction that Adventure decided to start taking was unfortunately just being an ace bait deck. Because our Courage United can still trigger off of our aces being deleted, even though that's obviously not ideal. They were just trying to run like some floodgates and ace bait and like have some pretty decent level 5 removal. But yeah, so if you look at the deck currently as is, even if we ignore just the generic like level 6s that are in the deck, like the Tamer lineup is already like pretty efficient. So if we go to what the new cards are doing, we have a new one. Yeah, here we go. They kind of just want to replace the old ones. So if your opponent has a Digimon, then you get a gain 1 memory. When any of your Digimon digivolve into Adventure, by suspending this Tamer, you get to play a Adventure traded card from your hand, and for every 2 colors of your Tamer, reduce the effect's play cost by 1. That's weird. Hold on. When any of your Digivolve, by suspending this... Oh, we get to play an Adventure. Okay, so these are setting up the secondary body. Yeah, so this just wants to be a completely new Adventure deck. So, if we go here, then we go Deck Builder. So, obviously, the way that Adventures now wants to be played is, using, using these 2 cards. Because this does the same type of thing. So, this sets up our secondary body. And then, obviously, we are going to play all of the new Adventure cards. So, they want us to play the Greymon. They want us to play... Where's the Gurumon? Here's the Gurumon. They want us to play the Metal Gray. and they want us to play the War Gray. Obviously, we're not going to be playing them all as a 4 of. It's funny that these are also adventure cards. Oops, I need base arts. Is this the alt or is this the base? That's the base. Okay. Alright. And then they obviously want us to play Omnimon. Yeah, so these are all of the adventure cards? Yeah. So, give me one more second while I go grab some water. Because hydrating is important. All right, back with water in hand. Okay, so let's actually like read and analyze what the heck these cards are even doing. So obviously the Tamers are going to be setting up the secondary Digimon, which for the modern day DNA design, that's just unfortunately what they have to do. So it's for every 2 colors. So what are the colors that we're missing? So we're missing purple and we're missing white. So those are the colors that we're missing. So the only what are the other and then let's go Tamer. Yeah, so the only purple Tamer that we have is Matt and TK. And then the white Tamer is going to be Ty. So we don't have another purple Tamer, so that's going to be slightly awkward. So I think we're just like forced to run that one. Which is not like the greatest thing in the world, but seems like that's kind of just what we have to do. The unironic thing is like the color difference. Oh, we also don't have black. Yeah. Because I keep forgetting there's 7 colors. So, like, that's just so many different Tamers to run. Just to incorporate, like, what the deck really needed was, black and purple Tamer. Yeah, the only other black one is Ty and Izzy. So I think these would be 1-ofs. I don't know if these are 4-ofs by default. But it really depends on how good the new stuff is interacting with the old stuff. So I guess so we are probably forced to run this, and we're probably forced to run the Gabu. Let me see. Does this have all of the EX, the new cards from AD? Okay, it does. Cool. All right. I just like this layout a little bit better. Although this doesn't exactly have the images of everything. It has them all in. It just doesn't have the images. Yeah. Oh, this doesn't have... Okay. Yeah. This doesn't actually have the tamers. So it doesn't have everything in. Ah, I goofed. I goofed myself. Alright. It's just searching by trait on this is a little bit worse. Here's the cross. Let's just re-get where we were. Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't have all of the cards and images on the other database. Should have just stuck with the one I was using. We're missing the Blitz. There's the Blitz. Alright. Probably just easier to search through here. Then here's the other starter deck. Here's the Agumon. And then that. And then we're probably still going to be running Arcourge United because this card's just too insane. There might be an argument now to run the memory boost. Believe in our friendship. There might actually be an argument. I think this is still just the de facto egg. There's no reason to run the other egg. And then, obviously we need... Where's the set? It's not... Yeah, versus monsters. So we need the Alteris and we need the Sagittarius because that's what they want us to use. And then we need the... Wasn't it the set? No, it was 21. Right. I was like, I could swear. Yeah, 21, World Convergence. Yeah, there's the secret rare tie. And then what other adventure cards did this have? This had another Garurumon and another Greymon, right? Yeah, there's the Garuru. Where's the level 5 one? There you are. And then the Greymon. There you are. And the Greymon. Alright. We got a lot of adventure crap. Holy crap. Yeah, the Metal Gray from BT21. Let's level sort, so that way we have it all nice and neatly organized for us. So, we have 2 lines of Greymon and Garurumons. And then this incentivizes us for warping. Unfortunately, we don't really have any other rookies outside of these. So, I guess, like, what is the actual play lines that the deck wants us to take? So, what's the difference between these 2 cards, I guess, is the real question. So, this has Assembly. So, on play when Digivolving, we get a D-Digivolve 3. And then, until the end of their turn, their Digimon effects don't affect this Digimon. And one of your Digimon with Garurumon in its name. So, that's really awkward for adventures, because, like, if you're just DNAing anyway, then, like, I don't quite get what the point of the protection is, because your protection will fall off the second you DNA. Yeah, and then this also is specifically for Alter S. So we're probably not going to be running the Alter S stuff. So we could probably just take these cards out. And we're going to be focusing more on the Wargray and the Metal Guru. Oh, where's the Guru? Did I not grab the Guru? I didn't grab the Guru. There you are. All right. So the deck very clearly wants to be Wargray Metal Guru focused. So we might as well just throw the aces in here also. We're obviously not going to be running 4 of everything. I'm just putting 4 of everything just to have. All right. Then what is the other stuff that we are doing? So what is our actual combo chain? So we get to draw a card. Then when any of your Digimon or Tamers are played or Digivolved, if any of them have Greymon or Matt Ishida in their names, then this Digimon can Digivolve into a Garurumon from our hand for free. So the idea is we're going to be using these Tamers to set up the level 4s then. So we're not setting up the level 3s. So these don't exactly have to be here then, because it's more level 4 focused. So our level 4 will cost essentially 2 less, assuming we have 1 of each tamer on our field. So that means these cost 3 and these cost 2. But ideally, if we're crisscrossing, we only need to... It doesn't matter what the second one is, because this just digivolves it immediately. So we digivolve into this card when your Digimon or Tamers are played or digivolved. Yeah, and then this is what, at the end of the turn? No, during your turn. So we push out on a level 4 Digimon in our raising, use this effect to gain a memory, play out the level 4... And then from there, that will trigger this effect to digivolve the level 4 into a level 5. So the level 5 wants to be Alteris mode. During your turn, when any of your Digimon or Tamers with Garurumon or Tai in their name are played, or any of your Digimon digivolve into a Digimon with Garurumon in its name, then this Digimon can digivolve. So how is that triggering the crisscross, though? Because we digivolve here, force the digivolve into the level 5, and then this doesn't see the next digivolution, though. Biyomon, Palmon from the starter deck? Yeah. Are the supporting rookies? Yeah, I'll throw those in here, because I do think, like... The level 3s very clearly do not matter. And none of these are setting up Tamers. Oh, so I guess... Is it forcing us to set up a Tamer? Like, is this forcing us to run the Tamer setters? Because this returns a card... Yeah, so how are we crisscrossing? Chat, am I being stupid and I'm missing something? So how are we crisscrossing? We're not going to be able to constantly bounce between the two. We're only able to get one because this doesn't, like, this won't see this evolution. So, like, we would have to... Because of how this works, right? Once you have both the new Tamers, from a level 3, Evo into a level 4, then crisscross from there. Yeah, so this sets up... Okay, so we set up the level 3. Okay, so that's the play. is we set up the level 3 using the tamer, and then the level 3 we evo into one of these. So we would move out the level 4, play the level 3. The level 3 digivolves. Then this will see the digivolution, digivolve into the level 5. But this doesn't allow our Digimon to digivolve. Or Angelomon helps. No, you're not being stupid. It's a very weird play setup. Yeah, it very much is. So once we have both the new tamers from a level 3 evolve into a level... So are both of them starting on a level 3? Because this is not a when digivolving effect. That's part of the problem, is the level 4s aren't starting the crisscross. Let me pull it up. What, is there a spreadsheet on this shit? Because, like, it so far doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Because, like, I'm laying out cards in front of me. That's how I do some of this math, is, like, I'll literally lay out cards in front of me. Because I'm just thinking, like, where do we push up and raise, and then how does the chain start? So we have a level 4 Digimon in our raising, because these don't cause the digivolution. So we have to have a level 4 in our raising. The new tamer plays out a level 4? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So, like, you raise a level 4, play the level 4. The level 4 then allows us to digivolve. Okay, yeah. So we play the level 4, then the raised level 4 sees that. No, they both trigger at the same time. No, they don't. Hold on. God. Why is this so stupid? The chain starts with the new mat. And yeah, I know where the chain starts. You raise a level 3. Evo into the level 4. The new mat. But these have the same effect, right? When any of your Digimon digivolve into an adventure. Or is this the... When any of your adventure Digimon tamers are played by suspending this, one of them... Oh, they actually are different. Okay, I thought they were the same. Just on different colors. When any of your Digimon digivolve into a Digimon, by suspending this, you get to play an adventure. Okay. So this is how we're playing the Digimon out. When any of your Digimon or tamers are played by suspending this, you get to play an adventure from... No, they're both the same. They're literally both the same. Okay. Izzy and Tai, Evo? Hold on. So, you Evo into a level... Or you start off by raising a level 3. Evo into a level 4... The new tamer triggers to play out the other Digimon. So, then we have the new level 4 played out off of the tamer. That starts the chain to crisscross. So... I'm really just trying to figure this shit out. This is so, like, and this is what I really hate about, like, these crisscross decks is, like, their playlines are, like, fucking retarded. They're stupid as all hell, and they make very little sense. So, you start on a level 3, you move it out. You have the new tamer set up. Digivolve the new level 3 into a level 4 Digimon. The tamer now sees that Digivolution, and you play out a level 4 Digimon. So the question is, does that level 4 Digimon see that Digivolution? Because I would think it misses the timing, but the timing for a lot of Digivolution shit is like really fucking stupid. So if it sees the fact that it Digivolved, then yes, it would start the crisscross. If it doesn't see it Digivolve, then you have to Digivolve again and it crisscrosses. Yes, it sees itself. The first one sees it encounter being played by Altarius. The Tamer... No, I understand the Tamer would see the evolution. I'm talking about, does the second level 4... Because you have to play out a level 4 from the effect. So, does the level 4 see the fact that your level 3 Digivolved into the level 4 from the from being played off of the Tamer? That's the question. Which is why I don't plan on doing crisscross. Yeah, no, crisscrossing is like the dumbest, stupidest thing that they could have thought of. Like, it's cute and it's cheeky, but the initial setup and the timing of everything is like really overly complicated for something that doesn't have to be this complicated. The Tamer sees... Yeah, so I understand the Tamer would see the evolution. I'm asking, does the second level 4 see the evolution? Evo into the Greymon. Matt and Ty plays out the Grey. The Grey sees the evolution into... Okay, so you have to make a second evolution then. That's what I'm getting at. Like, you can't do it all off of one singular evolution to start the chain. You have to have 2 evolutions to see the chain. The level 4 sees the level 4 go into the level 5. Yeah. No, it's off of 1. I'm getting really conflicting messages on how this stupid thing works. Because, like, I understand how these work, where it's just like, yeah, obviously, they'll see the other Digimon, which you've already previously set up, and then once you go, like, once you get into the level 5s, then the crisscross is very straightforward and easy, because the level 5 will see the level 4, or the whatever, and then it just does it all thing. They're all turns? Yeah, I understand they're all turns. The timing window doesn't matter. I just want to know if the level 4 you just played out sees the level 4 that just Digivolved because it was played out by the effect of the Tamer that saw the Digivolution. So, I think I have to MS Paint this shit. Alright, Alright. So, we have our level 3 in our raising area. We move this out to be in the battle area. This is the level 3 Digimon. So, the Tamer would see the level 3 go into the level 4. Then the Tamer allows us to play out a level 4 Digimon. So my question is, from this point, does the level 4 see this evolution to then be able to have this see that this was played to start the crisscross? Like, that's my question. I mean, would you rather the game have complicated DNAs like the new adventures, or overly simplified DNA like Ex Machina? And I would rather be overly simplified. 100%. Like, there's zero skill expression here other than just knowing how it works. And, like, if you understand how it works, then, like, yeah, that's fine. But it's overly complicated for no particular reason. Like, the fact that I have to, like, start mapping out a spreadsheet on how all this shit is even supposed to work to begin with is, like, already dumb as fuck. Like, and I know I'm not the most intelligent player in the world, but, like, I have a base level of understanding and knowledge of the game to understand how the majority of the game functions in 90% of the situations presented. It's just Bandai has really fucking awful timings on a lot of their cards. Yes, once one is played out, the all turns effect activates even during the effect. Okay, so the level 4 that's played out does see the evolution from the level 3 to the level 4. That's what I wanted to know. Because if everything is literally seeing everything, then yes, it works. So, hold on. Let me... Alright. Alright. Was this the tool that we were using? No. Oh, it was the brush tool. Okay. Alright. So, just to restart the diagram, just to try to make things clearer and make things have more space. So, we have our level 3 in our raising area or hatchery. We move out the level 3. We have our tamer set up. And then we evo into a level 4 Digimon. The tamer then sees this evolution, and we then get to suspend. I guess I probably shouldn't do that simple. And play out a level 4 Digimon. The level 4 Digimon then would see this evolution. And because of that, this effect triggers, allowing us to Digivolve into a level 5 Digimon? Or, no. Actually, this part doesn't matter. Like, this part right here doesn't matter. Because it's this level, so it's this Digimon that sees this evolution. Okay. Yeah, so let's rewind. So we play out the level 4 from the effect. This level 4 sees this level 4 gets played and evos this level 4 into the level 5, right? Like, I really hate this type of stuff. I really do. This is, like, overly complicated for zero reason. While you have, having a 3, the new Matentai, you move into the new Matentai, Evo into, hold on. I need to scroll way back up. Oh, fuck this deck. Fuck just crisscrossing in general. Like, so this is the same exact reason why the deck wasn't good before. It's just now you have an easier way to play out your second body to start this chain. So I already think, no matter what, this deck is not going to be good because it was never good before, and it's still not going to be good now. So I'm home. I'm scrolling up and kind of just rereading chat for a second because I really hate this shit. I really do. Like, this is what turned me off of Galaxy to begin with. utilizing the Light Claw and Night Fang stuff is because you're doing like very similarly overly complicated actions. Like you're taking unnecessary actions just for the sake of taking unnecessary actions to equate into a bigger board state that ultimately doesn't matter. And like, yes, it does technically matter. Don't get me wrong, but like in terms of how the game is flowing, they're adding unnecessary steps to overly complicate simple mechanics. Because like with the whole Light Claw Night Fang, tucking it under and then reducing the Digivolution cost, and then tucking it under and then reducing the Digivolution cost. Like, I get that's the thing, but like they could just say, hey, this could just Evo for 1. Like, we didn't need to like use up 3 extra cards to make the same action as Evo for 1. It really just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. From a designer standpoint, especially knowing how fucked up Digimon's timings and interactions go, because some cards see their own abilities, some cards don't see their own abilities. It's just incredibly stupid. And this is like one of my biggest like pet peeves from the Digimon design team is like sometimes they just do this shit and it's like 1, not fun to do. 2, takes up way too much time, and 3 is overly complicated to the point where it's just like, why are we even doing any of this? When I could just simplify things and just run the Omnimon deck the way it generally was designed initially, where I just Digivolve into a level 6 from a level 3. Look, I skipped all of those unnecessary steps. Swap your arrows around. Yeah, I'm going back and rereading. So, this part's set in stone. This part is easy. So, this is step 1. This is step 2. This is step 3. This is step 4. So, now we're on, I guess I should probably color code the steps. So that way they look different. So, step 1, move it out. Step 2, Evo. Step 3, Tamer effect. Step 4, play out Digimon. Alright. We'll eventually get this shit done. Alright. You keep missing the second level 4 is to see the first level 4. You see Drazel or Shake My Head to play out? Or SMT... Once it's in play, its all turns effect activates during the effect. Okay. Yes, okay, so we have this step right here. So we're rewinding to make sure that I understand where the fuck this step is coming from. So we play this out. This is currently a level 4. This level 4 sees this level 4 being played. I'm going to take it really slow so that way I understand what's happening. So this is step 5. This card that's now a level 4 Digimon saw that this level 4 Digimon was played and therefore can Digivolve this level 4 into a level 5. So, do I have that correct? Before I move on to the next step. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this so that way I could relay it to whoever needs to. So I guess, hold on, while I'm at it. Whoa, that's huge. So far I'm good? Okay. Cool. So now that this level 5 is digivolved into this level 5, if I have it correctly, sees this level 4. So this level 5 saw this level 4 digivolve. Therefore, it could activate its effect. So that way, yeah. Right, wrong side. Because I know both of them are supposed to trigger at the same time. Because you have, well, wouldn't, no, because then, oh, God, okay. Oh, it's not once per turn. Okay. So, if this is step 5, so this digivolved, so that means this saw that this digivolved, and then step 6 is this can go into a level 6? No, but this needs to eventually be a level 5 Digimon. So how is this supposed to see this be a level 5 Digimon? Or, because that's the logical thing with the crisscross, is this Digimon, this level 5, has to force this to be a level 5 to continue the crisscross, right? Because this would be step 6, is this Digivolution happens. So, are we sure? Because this level 5 needs to acknowledge that this level 4 digivolved. So is that still during the same window? Because that's this turns into a your turn from an all turn. Because if this sees this... No, this can't see this. Because step 1, move out. Step 2, Evo. Step 3, Tamer effect, play out level 4. Step 4, level 4 is played. This level 4 sees that evolution, digivolves it into a level 5 Digimon. Then this Digimon's effect could technically activate again. Right? Step 5 is correct. Yes. So step 5 is this sees this evolution, or sees this card as being played. So step 6 is the evolution. Like this, then step 6 has to evolve into a level 5 Digimon, right? Oh, wait. So step 6 is this Digimon digivolves into the level 5? Okay. So this would evo into a level. Maybe I can make this a little bit cleaner. Yeah, I'll make it even more cleaner. All right. So we have our level 3. Then where's the brush? So this moves out as a level 3 Digimon. This will evo into a level oops. Controls E. Sorry, I hit the mic. So a level 4 Digimon. So step 1. Oops. Step 1. Why is there that graphical glitch there? I don't know what the fuck's going on. All right. So step 1, move out. Step 2, evo. Then this is the tamer. The tamer then sees the evo and then plays out a level 4 Digimon. So this would then be step 3. Then this Digimon saw that this Digimon was played and can Digivolve level 5. All right. So we move out. Where's the eraser tool? I want to see. Oh, that is just straight up a weird graphical bug. Okay. I don't know how that happened, but whatever. All right. So we have our level 3. We move it out. That's step number 1. Step number 2. The level 3 evolves into a level 4 Digimon. Then the tamer sees that evolution, and we get to play out a level 4 Digimon. The level 4 Digimon saw that this was played for free and then can evo itself into a level 5. And then the level 5 and then the level 4 saw that this Digivolved and then can Digivolve itself. Where's the... So this would be step 5. Then this saw that this Digivolved, and then this can go into a level 6 Digimon. Oopsies. As step 6. Then this saw that that Digivolved, and then this can go into its own level 6. Okay. So, is that how it goes? Is this the order of operations? Just so I have it 110% correct. To walk it through, we start on a level 3 Digimon. We raise it out. We evo the level 3 Digimon into the level 4 Digimon. The tamer sees the evolution. We play out a level 4 Digimon. The level 4 Digimon saw the level 4 Digimon be played and can digivolve itself into a level 5 Digimon. The level 4 Digimon then saw the level 4 digivolve into a level 5, can digivolve itself into a level 5. Then this level 5 saw that this evolution happen, can evo into a level 6, and then this level 5 saw that this evo happen, and can digivolve into a level 6 in of itself, and then they go into a 7. Oops. And then this would be step 8. Alright. Oh, what the fuck is this deck? So, I guess this will be how things are seeing each other is in blue. So, level 3 moves out. Level 3 evolves into a level 4. Tamer then triggers to play the level 4. This level 4 saw that this level 4 was played and can evo into the level 5. Then this level 4 saw this happen, can evo into the level 5. Then this level 5 saw this happen. Then this saw that this happened. And then that's it. This is the dumbest shit ever. Alright, now that we understand that, when your Digimon or Tamer are played or digivolved, if any of them have Garurumon or Met in their name, this can, this Digimon may digivolve. Okay. And then when any of your Digimon or Tamers with Greymon or Met in their name are played, or any of them digivolved into a Digimon, this Digimon. Okay. So, the part that I was not clicking with me, in case anyone's wondering where my mental breakdown was I was not acknowledging that the card itself was digivolving. That's where my disconnect was on how it wasn't working. I was thinking that this Digimon was forcing the other Digimon to digivolve, not digivolve itself. Oh, for Christ's sake. Because these are essentially setting up the Digimon. Oh, so... Fuck. How is the deck actually going to achieve this, though? Like, that's the big problem, is how is Adventures actually going to achieve this? Like, actually objectively thinking about it now and breaking it down, this is not an adventure deck. Like, literally, honestly, this is not an adventure deck. You want to know what deck this actually is? Oh, but these have to evolve off of... Oh, Omnimon in text. Okay. Yeah, this is not an adventure deck. After getting through all of that... maybe you'd keep this card? Probably not. I don't know. This deck is not adventures. Once all the images load. Where is... It's this deck. It's literally just this deck. This deck is not adventures. They could label it all they want as adventures. It's not adventures. It's literally just an upgrade to EX4. I do not think you play any of this shit in adventures because adventures doesn't do this. Like, the way that adventures is built, this is like completely contradictory to how they want to function. It's literally just this deck. So you don't even play the old level 5s. You just run the new level 5s. And then you probably supplement this. There we go. Where's... Oh, that's level sort. I need stats. Here we go. It's just this deck. That's all it is. It's this deck. Does this have to be specifically adventure traded? Yes, it does. Okay. So you probably would run the adventure level 3s. Because the big Q that told me this was not an adventure deck is this right here. Omnimon in text. That's what told me this deck is not adventures. Because we have these rookies that have Omnimon in their text. So these are the primary cards you would want to play. And then the adventure rookies are just supplemental rookies that you could play. Because what? This can digivolve off of... Oh, this has to specifically be adventure. So you're just playing the Agumon from it then. Yeah. CS rookies? Ooh, that's a good call. That's a really good call out. Does the CS rookies have Omnimon in their text, though? Where is... here we go. Omnimon in text. Omnimon in text. Yep, they do. Okay. Yeah, so you run the CS rookies instead. So you probably don't even run these. This is adventure or hero. So you might not even run this Agumon then. Probably not. I know they play the Tsumemon. Is this just when an unidentified or CS? Yeah, we can't play that. I'll worry about the rookie later. The only problem is the fact that these need to be black. Where these are just literally Omnimon in text. So, I think, like, because of that, maybe you still are just better off running, the other ones. Because, like, you honestly can't run these. What do the CS level 4s do? The CS level 4s came out in BT23, right? Yeah, these cards. By placing the top card... Oh, okay, so this does the whole CS mechanic. So this probably is not good. This is for Omnislap? Yeah, no, this is not an adventure deck. The adventure key, like the adventure typing on the cards, it's literally just another variant of Omnislap. Like literally just another variant. So the big question is this, delete any of your opponent's level 5 or lower Digimon, then for every 2 color tamers, choose one of the opponent's Digimon or tamers, and they can't... Okay, so are we even running this Omnimon then? Or do we just play the Crest and we go Alter S? CS level 4 can be an issue. Yeah. New Matin TK can't replace Nokia. She's too good. That's a completely different build, though. Like, that's the problem, is they are literally on, what, iteration 4? Yeah, they're on their 4th iteration of this deck. They legitimately are on iteration 4 of this deck. Because the first time, it was EX4. Then the second time, it was BT17. The third time was BT22. And now we're on the 4th iteration. God. Bandai just needs to stop. Like, support what they currently have. Stop doing new stuff that's basically just being the old stuff, but not as good or just as good as the, like, Bandai, I swear to God. So what is this card actually doing that makes us want to run it in this Omnimon deck specifically? Because, the big issue is these cards don't DNA, and we have to rely on end of turn DNA, which is why we have to run the other rookies. Delete one of your opponent's level 5 or lower Digimon. Then for every 2 color tamer you have, one of your opponent's Digimon or tamers can't suspend until the end of their turn. When any of your Digimon suspends, this Digimon may unsuspend. If this Digimon has Gurumon or Omnimon in its name, one of your opponent's Digimon or tamers can't suspend. That's not multi-attacking. Delete one of the opponent's... Oh my god. Braid Piercing. Delete one of the opponent's Digimon with as much DP as this Digimon. This Digimon gets plus 1,000 for each color tamer and gains security attack plus for every 3 colors. Ooh. End of your turn, this Digimon can attack. And then end of turn DNA is like where they want you to go with this. And then this... Raid Blocker Partition. On play, when Digivolve, return all of your opponent's Digimon with as many or fewer Digivolution sources as this Digimon to the bottom of the deck. Delete one of the opponent's Digimon. Wait, return all of your opponent's Digimon with as many or fewer. That's pretty good removal. When any of your opponent's Digimon leaves the battle area, trash one of their option cards in the battle area and trash the top card of their security. When any of your opponent's Digimon... Oh, okay. Yeah. No. No. Where's versus monsters? Here we go. Where's Alteras? Alteras is what? Red? Red first? Blue first. And then we look at the new cards. Oops. Where is... I'm blind. There we go. End of your turn, 2 of your Digimon can DNA Digivolve into an Alteress from our hand. Then 1 of your Digimon can attacks. Yep. The cake, chat, is a lie. This attack target can't be changed. And this gives security attack +1. So the big question is, how are we going to DNA and maintain turn is the next actual question. Examon better with... you could run this version, but the adventure variant of Omni will be a win more card. Yeah. Without going into... okay, benefit of the doubt. The new level 6 cards can carry the game themselves. Yes, they can. Those level 6s are really good level 6s. I don't see them... I would rather use those level 6s in an adventure deck. And I would rather use these in the Omnimon dedicated deck. Even though the Omnimon has to literally be Alter S. I just think that going into... Like, if we're able to maintain turn going into this Alter S, then you just OTK off of the power of this Alter S. The only unfortunate thing is, because this is security attack +1 and not Burnus security, and this is can't redirect instead of unsuspend. Actually, that might be, like, arguably better, but it requires more Omnimons. So, like, you could still technically run the other Omnimons. It's just, obviously, this is the preferred card. Yeah, it's silly that these aren't the versions also. Are the aces better? What are the aces doing? Versus monster. There we go. So this de-digivolves 3, but I think the inheritables are the same. End of your turn. 2 of your Digimon can DNA, then can attack. Same ability. This is just de-digivolve. And this is... this still... Okay, so these are just actually fundamentally better. Okay. Never mind. These are just legitimately better. Because they also have assembly. What else did chat say? Because Zermax and Lum were very helpful. So I do thank you for bearing with my low level of intelligence when it comes to the crisscrossy bullshit of this deck. It really does mean a lot that you guys were helping me get through the mental hurdles. So the CS rookies is a good call. Which means we can't run these cards, which is unfortunate. Because those only digivolve off of black and they don't have any alternative digivolutions. So what's our alternative level 4s for the deck then? Like, is it just the Greymon? Like the secret rare Greymon? Which means we have to run a Koromon egg? I mean, we could technically run the older tech and then just run those. Don't know if that's actually good or not. It works wonder with the old tamers. Yeah. No, but we can't run the old tamers because we have to run these. Like, that's the big problem with these cards is these force us to run specific cards. So, I mean, the cool thing is we're already, like, a lot into the adventure synergy. But, like, the problem is we actually can't use the adventure synergy cards to make the deck good. Or to, like, try to make the deck better. So, it's just really, really awkward. Gas adventures? Actually, there's a version of gas. Yeah. Like, I hate the fact that this is just... it wants to be its own thing. It really does. It very painfully just wants to be its own thing. Honestly, you don't need the new tamers. This setup, you can just run Nokia and EX9 Matt and Tai. Fair. I was just trying to see... Well, no, you can't. Because then you actually... Well, if you make... You can and you can't. The problem with EX9 Matt and Nokia is the fact that these cards are setting up a level 4 Digimon. Whereas... And then the rest of your Digimon after that are free. Whereas Nokia, she's setting up a level 3 Digimon because the expectation is you're going to use that level 3 Digimon to warp into a level 6 Digimon, where these tamers are specifically designed to where the idea is you're going to set up a level 4 Digimon. Because if we take a look at our handy-dandy graph here, in terms of memory management, the only time we're actually spending memory is going to... Oh, God, that's a terrible color to look at. Oof. We're spending 2 memory on this evolution. And then we're spending, what? If we have 2 tamers set up, 3 on here. And this is kind of where, so the tie, the adventure tie is, like, actually very important for this deck. Like, this card is really important. Because this also could set up the level 4 Digimon, so that way we don't really have to spend any memory to do that. So we get to play 1 adventure with a play cost of 2 or less from our hand without paying the cost. For each of our tamers, we get to add 1, or yeah, for each of our tamer colors, add 1 to the maximum. So it starts off at 2. With 5 colors, it goes up to 5. So that means this is playing out our level 4s for free, which enables our chain of evolution. I thought it would be efficient to run the aces, but the lack of adventure trait does suck. Yeah, you kind of... Like, these are actually arguably better than the aces, to be honest. Because they're still, like, decent standalone cards. And, like, they still put the opponent in the same level of, like, entrapment in a sense as what the aces were doing. So these are just strict upgrades compared to the aces. Two plus one white. Yeah, so because this is counting the colors. You get to play an adventure or hero traded card with a play cost of 2 or less from your hand without paying the cost. Then for each of your tamer's colors, add 1. So with both of these, we have 5 colors plus the white off of the tie. So that means we actually can effectively play these and get all of their benefits. So that's kind of where like some of the adventure synergy comes from. But I guess the real question is, if that's the case, do we actually need an Agumon and Gabumon low end? Because like, what's our other level 4 Digimon gonna be? Like, is there actually a level 4 Digimon? Ideally, we do want to keep within the Agu Gabu lineup. Because these are still adventure traded cards. Like, this deck is just so muddy. It's so muddy. And I know I've spent a lot of time on just theory crafting just this one deck, but this deck is so muddy, it's insane. I'm not going to say the deck is, like, above me, but, like, I'm not going to be the one to pioneer any competitive success off of this deck, and somebody else is going to have to do that. So, because, like, the deck is just so muddy. Keep Gabu. You can add Palmon and the Suno egg from the adventure. So we would have to get rid of this Agumon for what? The adventure Agumon? Is that what we're going to be doing? Is like get rid of this Agumon for adventure Agumon, run Palmon, or yeah, we would have to run Palmon because it's a draw 2 versus BO, which is a search for specifically adventure cards, which means that we won't be able to search Alter S off of it because this is DM and not adventure. And because of these cards interacting specifically with Alter S, it means that we don't really have the availability to want to max out on Adventure Omni. EX1 Metal Guru can be played at least. I mean, the level... So the way that the engine works, it's mostly the level 4s and level 5s. Like, the level 6s and level 3s don't really seem to matter. The big important thing is the fact that you do need the Tie Tamer and these two new Tamers. Because that's how you're easily setting up your level Digimon. Because the awkward thing... yeah, they trash hero and draw 2. Oh, going into hero support? The problem is with hero support is this card. That's the problem with hero support. This deck is just so muddy. It's insane. Like, I love it and I hate it at the same time because it gives you the flexibility to obviously run whatever level 3s and whatever level 6s you want, but it very much feels like if you're using, like, this little core engine of the new tech plus these cards, you're, like, forced into these specific 4s, these specific 5s, and this specific Tamer lineup. Otherwise, it just doesn't feel like it's going to work. And the only other... So, we could go adventure low end. Run the Palmon. Run the Agumon. Oh, but the Agumon's not good. Like, he's not doing anything other than just being an Agumon. Where is... Yeah, so I think we do kind of still just have to run the Suno Egg. I don't hate the idea of the Palmon. I don't know what level 3s to run. I really don't. Because this could still Digivolve on here because of the Sunomon name. Then these both can still Digivolve on these both. This can still help us at least grab the Alter S. Yeah, because the only thing we're doing is at least bare minimum spending 2 memory. And then the rest of this is free. So all of this is free, if I'm reading things correctly. Yeah, without paying the cost. Without paying the cost. So we just need to get pretty much a tamer on the field. Or ideally like 2 tamers. Oh, that's the problem. Is like you need the tamer set up. Yeah, so the level 6s don't matter. And neither does the level 7. It's just this engine. This is the part. So this is the part that truly deeply matters. The rest of the deck does not feel like it matters. Uko God. And BT17 Gabu. What's BT17? Oh! I totally forgot about the BT17 cards. Are the BT17 cards better? I don't know if this deck... the deck probably does need Ukamon. Who am I kidding? Blitz is important. As your end of turn. Yeah, so like if we don't run any end of turn, like, and that's the weird part that's like defining how muddy this deck is, because like you do have like those different play lines where it's just like if you're running Blitz and Cress, then you don't need end of turn DNA on your rookies because you have that on your level 6s. So that frees up your rookies to do various other things. But if you're not using Blitz and Cress, then you do have to have your rookies have the end of turn DNA, which would impact how your level 6s function. And then based on the level 6s, that's also going to determine your level 7 lineup. So like the only thing that's like hard locked in stone is probably this. Like when you're playing this new updated version of Adventure Omni or just Omnimon in general, this feels like it is the core of what the new iteration is trying to do. There aren't any other good rookies besides them. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. Like, using the Nokia-style rookies is still really good. So, if you're using the Nokia-style rookies, then you actually can use the adventure stuff, but then you muddy some of the adventure stuff as a result. It's so freaking weird. Because, where's my Omni deck? Omnimon, here we go. Yeah, so this is like what I'm on with my Omnimon low end. Yeah, the awkward part is the Gabumon is really good search, but it's going to be missing a lot of the second card because it could take an Omnimon texted card, which is the majority of the deck still, At least I think it is. Do these have Omnimon in their text? No, they don't. These don't even have Omnimon in their text. That's kind of gross. Oh my god. So, oh my god. My heart just sank. I'm just like, wait, no, they don't have Omnimon in their text. Oh, fuck. On a stick. Why do they have to design cards so poorly? Assemble 6? Yeah. No, I still think the answer is still Blitz and Cress. I think this is for a different deck. Like, because these are, this is a hero. The blue one's not a hero, right? No, this is a hero. What the fuck? Okay. These are for hero. These are for hero Omni. Oh my god. I'm so crashing. I'm crashing right now, chat. I'm crashing. What the actual fuck? This deck is legitimately breaking me. Oh. This is for heroes. This is not for adventure. I mean, you could play it in adventure. That's fine. But, like, if you're trying to do, like, Omnimon shenanigans, these are for hero. These are not for adventure. And I feel like that's part of where the mud is coming, is like, too many cards have too many different traits, so you don't know what is supposed to be designed for what. These are for adventure. But the problem with these is you don't have an adventure Alter S. And that's the really stupid thing. I hate this. I hate this so fucking much. Bandai is so... This is for if you're playing Omnimon with heroes. You could throw these in adventures. But if you're trying to play adventures, this is the one you're supposed to use. Minus the fact that you don't have Alter S adventure traded. What the fuck, Bandai? Like, actually, what the fuck? Alright. Regardless. This is your core. Like, if you're doing New Age, Crisscross Omnimon, Applesauce, this is your core. Your level 6s and your level 3s can be varied depending on what your other level 6s and level 3s are. But this right here is the core of the New Age Crisscross Omnimon deck. The fact that this is for heroes is like really throwing me off. I didn't read that like, I knew the Greymon was a hero. I didn't know the Garurumon was hero as well. And that is what cued me into, this is not for adventures. It can be played with adventures because it's an adventure trait. But this is not an adventure Omnimon card. Because the other thing is we have to acknowledge that whatever Digimon's being played off of our Tamers will not be able to get an attack off. That's why the alliance off of the Blitz and the Cress is arguably more important. Is because you swing use the other one for Alliance, and it makes the card you just played that can't attack useful. So these cards are, yes, for Blitz and Cress. Oopsies. Not this one. This is what you're supposed to do with these cards. As per how it seems like Bandai designed the cards. This is where you're supposed to go. And then you get end of turn off of this guy, and then you get a DNA, and then you get to make the attack right away. So this is doing 2 checks. Omnimon's doing 2 checks. So, yeah. Oh my god. I can't believe it. And this is, like, sifting through the mud of Bandai's current card design is, like, actually just atrocious sometimes. So I like it and prefer it when it's a little bit more straightforward. Obviously, yes, because I have to put less thought process into it. But trying to read into how they designed their cards and what these cards are supposed to be for, because they like to give you, like, it feels like with so many different traits that they're interacting with, there's a lot of red herrings in how you're supposed to use these cards. Yeah, unblockable 2 checks, de-digivolve the opponent, digivolve, another unblockable 2 checks, spit them all both out, and then you could assemble them back together because of assembly. No, this is how the deck is supposed to be played. So, reasonably on the low end, you actually... This is where more mud comes in. You can't use the adventure traded cards because then you don't have a way to search out your Omnimon because there's no adventure traded Alter S. Which means we have to use Nokia Tech as our low end to be able to find the Alter S. And we're still going to want to probably run another Omnimon. What we building? I don't even know at this point. Yeah, the draw 2 Palmon's really nice. Because at least, like, we could try to run Adventure Tech, but we have to run the draw 2 Palmon. Like, I do agree, this card is probably mandatory. Either that or it's Ukomon, like, just to fuck everything and just Ukomon. Maybe this deck is Ukomon. What am I kidding? Maybe not as a 4 of. I think Uko's probably a 3 of. Good answer. Oh my god. The mud. The mud is so thick with this deck. It's insane. Because we have 4 card slots that have to be for another rookie. That's the problem. And it's not Biomon. Biomon's like... maybe it has to be Biomon. I just hate the fact that it would probably have to be Biomon. It's probably Biomon. And then obviously the only egg is the Suno egg. You could still add Toga and Burdra for a free level 5. Assembly is 6 counterpart. Where's the deck space, though? Like, do I just decrease these guys and just run 9 tamers? And then run Burdra or the other one? Because I think that's probably a good call out. Oh my god. I hate this deck. Yeah. Huh. But this is just a new adventure deck. This is not incorporating the adventure cards that we got into the current adventure stuff, which is doing, for the most part, the current adventure stuff a huge disservice because now they don't have any meaningful upgrades. Let's see how much each level 4 to evade bricking. Roll. I mean, this is an okay hand. Or no, that's security. This is still an okay hand. Three through 3 in the Tamers looks good. Yeah, that's probably just where you have to go. This security sucks. Oh my god. This is arguably the worst hand we've seen. The security should be, like, this would actually be a really good hand if that was a hand, but this is the hand. That's the draw for the turn. This is okay-ish. Yeah, because BO and raising, set up mat, set up tie, and then we just need to find the other pieces. It's, they just slap hero trait on everything protagonist. No, so, like, Luffy, the idea on why specific cards are traded the way they are is because of what they intend on having you play them with. So, the idea on why these cards have the adventure trait is because they want you to use adventure cards with it. So the idea behind it is you're supposed to, you're supposed to use these with adventure. So there's a new engine for Omnimon that utilizes the new level 4s, the old level 5s, the new Tamer, and the old Tamer to be able to enable your crisscross DNA to be easier. So this, I know, this looks like a lot of slop, and it is, but that's just because this is how the deck kind of just works. Is like, this is the sloppiness of the intended play style and play pattern of what the deck is supposed to do. Like, I know this is a very poorly, like, sketched out concept, but yeah. Standalone, they have an Omnimon for comeback, or use Palemon to discard the level 6 in assembly with the old Tamer. Yeah. No, that's why I think, like, based on, like, it really does feel like, for the most part, Bandai did Adventure a huge disservice just turning it into another Omni-Slop deck. And I'm not necessarily saying it's an Omni-Slop deck. Like, it's very different compared to a lot of the other Omnimon decks, but, like, the idea on just crisscrossing your DNAs, like your evolutions, is still the core mechanic of what the deck is trying to do to achieve its Omnimon. And I feel like what they did for adventures in AD01 is a huge disservice, considering you're ignoring pretty much still the vast majority of the adventure starter deck cards. Palemon's, yeah. No, that's why I think, like, it still has to be Pale, and you still have to run BO, because the only card BO can't grab is the Omnimon Alter S. So maybe it is just, like, one Toge, and then run, like, one Adventure Omni, or something. Just to try to have an Omnimon you actually can search for, and have more Omnimon playlines. So, like, this doesn't seem adventure. Like, this just is not adventure to me. Like, no offense to what adventure felt like. This just does not seem like it is doing anything what adventure was doing a service. And this is just trying to create a new deck utilizing mostly new tools that just so happen to have the adventure trait. My takes are actually adventure, not Alter S. Oh. No, but, like, the Palemon setting up the assembly is, like, at least still somewhat decent of an idea. And we do have, like, Sunamon to be able to re-grab whatever we want. And then we also do have the Greymon that could grab whatever we want. So we could hide a card in our trash, technically, if we really felt like it. Even though that's a little bit less safe. But yeah, so, like, this is probably somewhere near what Bandai kind of had in mind for how the new adventure cards wanted to be played, which, again, I think is a huge discredit to adventure as a whole. Because when it comes to, like, looking at the alternatives, because adventure did get a good amount of support in this set, but looking at the alternative level 6, between, like, oh, am I playing Cress or am I playing Metal Guru? Like, Metal Guru, I would say, fits more naturally into what Adventures was doing. You're just not ace-baiting the opponent, and you're just using these as good generic level 6 Digimon, which is perfectly fine. They don't really help support going into an Omnimon, which is, like, the big disservice to them, in a sense. And it really does feel like these are good hero cards, actually, because they have the hero trait, and because they have the hero trait, you could shove them underneath your hero tamers to be able to potentially get these effects off a little bit early. The only problem is, this is not a hero, and you don't have any hero Garurumons, but I think you do have hero Greymons. So, like, this card's a little bit more usable inside of heroes. And then, obviously, because this is still a hero that you could use and Digivolve into, you just use heroes to then facilitate an Omnimon. Because the Omnimon only realistically requires the Metal Guru and the War Greymon. Because we have to remember that this Omnimon is also a hero-traded card. So, like, you could run it in Adventures, and it just so happens to be a card. But the fact that its DNA is specifically off of Greymons and Gurumons means its usability is a little bit more limited. In terms of the level 6s you're going to run inside of Heroes, but you can make the argument Heroes really wasn't playing level 6s to begin with, because you had the Alterius Superior mode that was just far better than most of the level 6s. Which is why I think, like, those level 6s are designed for heroes, and Adventures just so happen to you could be able to use them. Same thing with, like, Nokia Omnimon. It's just like, they're just level 6s, but I don't necessarily know if you're going to actually run those. Probably not, because they can't be played with how Nokia wants to play Omnimon. Yeah, it's mostly the fact that like those level 6s, the hero traded level 6s for Omnimon, don't actually help facilitate a DNA. And the way that Adventures works, you could also just so happen to shove one of them underneath to help reduce the cost of digivolving into said Omnimon with enough setup. So, like, that's kind of where I feel like this Omnimon, maybe this Omnimon actually doesn't get played in here. Because we can't use the assemble. I know I spent way too long talking about this deck, but that goes to show you like how muddy the waters are when it comes to trying to read the designer intent of what we're supposed to do with these cards, because obviously there's a lot of things that these cards are touching, but because they're touching so many different things, it makes it confusing on what is more optimal for where they're supposed to be. So after I realized that those cards are for heroes and like the old school style of adventures, and the fact that these have nothing to do with the new style, like these are a whole new style of adventure card. Like they do not want to be played with the old adventure tech. They literally do not. Actually, maybe you could take out a Togemon and then run, I totally forgot that you probably would want to run an option in this build. Probably like an Arcourage. Like if I could fit another Arcourage United, I would want to. Like if I could fit one more in, like run this as a 2 of, I 100% would. There's the argument to take out an Ukomon to put it in. But I think Ukomon is still just really good. Maybe this shouldn't even be Arcourage United? No, it kind of has to be. Because these can, like, off of Arcourage United, we could still make cheeky plays with these types of cards. So, like, it's not bad. And then we also do have, like, Arcourage United and a Togemon. You're a combo deck, I say remove the Togemon for another Arcourage. Probably. I don't particularly hate that idea. Or a Biyomon? No, I would rather cut the... For ratios, I think, like, keeping Togemon is still really important. Or, like, if not Togemon, then, like, Birdramon or something. I don't know. It's something you gotta play with. Like, at this point, this just needs to be, started to play test. But, like, that's the awkward thing about when cards interact in touch with too many different things, is it becomes harder to figure out where that card actually is supposed to go. Because if you put it in the wrong deck for the wrong context, then it feels like a red herring, where it's just like, oh, yeah, you could do it this way, but obviously it's not meant for that. So... And that's what I really hate about, like, Bandai's card design. Because, like, so, looking at, like, Gaiamon as an example, I know we haven't done a lot of games in a hot second. So, like, with this type of a deck, obviously, I probably would remove, like, maybe an Airy or an Applink or something, and just run a 5th Gaiamon as, like, Gaiamon Ace. That's the easiest upgrade to here, is just throw in a Gaiamon Ace and remove whatever. I say reset and play a few games. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I mean, it was nice to experiment with cross hearts. Just because, like, cross hearts, I really needed to actually spend the time to, like, figure out what it's doing and where its current role in the meta is, and it's just, after learning it's not there, it kind of made me sad. Yeah, that whole adventure crash out, oh my god. Like, and that's what makes deck building starting to get harder in Digimon, is because of those, like, red herring type cards. Where it's just like, there's too many traits that you don't know what it's doing. And it just makes things more awkward and complicated. Because should and could are two completely different factors. Could you run something in the deck just because it shares the trait? Yes. Should you? Maybe not. Unironically, facing off against Adventures, I think Omnimon still kind of just beats up Adventures. And like I said, I do think it's really sad that Bandai, the support that they chose to give Adventures, did Adventures a huge disservice. Uko looping is really nice. We'll set up this for the time being, because we could try to set this up later. I'll probably set it up next turn, because they'll play something for like 2 and then maybe play something for 3. Give me that same amount. So my idea is not to try to hit security as often as possible. Okay, so they're just going to play another level 3 and put me to 1. Which is fine, because I could just sit here and Uko, like, Uko, Nokia, try to find everything I need. And then Nokia plays out Gabumon and search. Oh, they're Evoing. Yeah, because there's still a lot of cards I need to find. I mean, that was one of them. So the big question is, do I swing with this or do I leave it alone? I'll swing. Yeah, I figured that they would have an ace. And actually, I would rather... Would I rather have them have the ace out now? I don't know. I mean, the Gurumon's not really going to be doing a lot right now, so that's probably fine. This is when attacking, you get to play one from your trash, which they don't have anything set up in their trash. So that's fine. We have to take... I have to set up the second Mat and Tai. But I do also want the second Alteress. But I only need 2 Omnimons to win the game. So I think setting up the Mat and Tai is going to be arguably more important. I am giving a lot of memory away. A lot of memory. But if they check an Omnimon in security, then maybe I could set up Agumon or something. So I know everything that they play has Rush, which is spooky. Gabumon. Okay. Another Tamer. So I just have to live one more turn. So he could play something, reduce the play cost by 3. Okay, so he's just going to set up to maybe try to kill me next turn. Hmm. So I could remove this, and that's not the issue. So my big thing is how much memory am I willing to spend this turn? So I could hard play this for 8. Digivolve for 3. Gain 2 back. Delete his Digimon for DNAing into Omnimon and then gain more back. Gain 4 back. This just stun locks, right? Oh, return one back to the hand. Okay, so going from here to here would remove this, and then I get to keep turn. Okay, so maybe that's not that bad of a play then. So I just need to draw into a second Omnimon, and I'm pretty okay then. Well, there's the second Omnimon. All right. So I guess we're okay then. So I'm only able to do this because my opponent has an ace on the field, and that guaranteed my extra memory. Otherwise, I would have needed to set up a second Met and tie. So that's the only reason why I'm technically able to do this right here. So because I'm at 13k, I should be saved from pretty much everything in their security. So this is just a free attack. Yeah, so we just win here. Because we have enough damage. And then we don't use that effect. We make another check. Now we use this effect. And now we just go into another Omnimon. And then we swing for the game. Cool. Oh, that was tough. Real rough. It actually wasn't. Adventures just moved too slow. They didn't have enough setup. And that's kind of the same problem as what we were experiencing with Cross. Is they need to take too long to set up their tamers. Ooh, this is a really rough hand. A little bit better. Oh, I can't even take any of them. Because this Omnimon's not 2 colors. Oh, that was so bad. That was so bad. If I'm able to get into my Omnimon Alter S, I don't think this is, like, that bad, per se. Actually, it might be. It probably is. Who am I kidding? Yeah, it actually probably is, because I can't hit over, 16k most of the time. We just have to hope for them to give us stuff out of our security. Although playing this was probably really bad. I should have just done the Matt and Ty, because now he gets to gain a free memory here. Because he could suspend my Digimon and then beat it up. He doesn't have piercing. Yeah, I actually think this is unwinnable. Legitimately unwinnable unless I combo off before him. Oh, this is even worse. Alright. I could have probably tried to push through that one, but that second hand was even worse than the first one. And the first one was pretty bad. Alright, this is better. At least this is playable to start, because we at least have Ukomon turn 1. Yeah, sometimes, like, the big problem with Omnimon is, like, the consistency factor is just not there. Yeah, I still think that this is borderline unwinnable. I really want all of them. Just why? It's gonna have to be Gabumon. Right? Because Nokia's not gonna do anything right now. It has to be Gabu. Because what's my play line otherwise? Like, I hatch, I raise. Yeah, it has to be Gabu. I hate it. I hate it so much. I wanted all of them. Why can't I just look at the top 3 and grab all of the cards? Omni Ace isn't bad. Maybe, so this allows me to maybe try to set up an Ace Bait. Well, I grabbed both of them. Yeah, so I just need a Tamer, and maybe I could try to do something. Yeah, that'll suspend my Digimon down, and then he gets a reduced evolution. And then he could Vortex into it, maintain turn. Nope. So is he going to suspend himself down then? Is he just going to Vortex here? If he Vortexes here, then I kind of just lose on the spot, right? Once they get a higher body than 15, trust me. Yeah, so now it Vortexes, beats me up, gains the memory to maintain turn. Does this thing have piercing? It does. No. We're not gonna give him a free body to interact with. That sounds like a really bad idea. If this was a second tamer, that would have been so good. Darn. It's a shame that they're 17k casually. Oh, so now I have to out his field, otherwise I kind of just lose the game, right? From trash? Why? I need both of them. No, I think I do just use a CS one. Alright, cool. Playing Omnimon in this meta hurts. It so does. It really is painful. Is he gonna play a rookie and then go all the way up? Well, I mean, I have a turn. So he needs the promo. Fucking course they have the promo. I mean, I'll take that, I guess. Oh, I should have played out the Agumon, so that way I could have potentially DNA'd again. Oopsies. Oh, he's gonna ace me, isn't he? Fuck. Oh, yeah, he's gonna try to ace me. That was the setup, is they are going to ace bait me. I have to fall for it, right? wait. I mean, I could just Metal Guru. Like, I could War Greymon, Metal Guru. But I don't have King U Crimson mode when the Zephica Ace comes down. You can only bottom deck one. Crimson into Melga? But then he has a Digimon set up to basically just kill me. Because Crimson will cost 4, then Melga will cost 5. So, like, I could get rid of this, but, like, I think I just have to attack. I don't think I have any other options. Okay, so they didn't ace me. Yeah, no ace. I literally have to, like, if they get a Vortex out, I think the game is, like, legitimately over. But until then, I actually kind of have, like, a fighting chance. I don't know if that first hand was better or the second one was. I honestly thought, based on what they did, that's why they did it. It was because they were trying to ace bait me. And I'm just like, I have to fall for this. There's nothing I can do otherwise. Ooh, losing out on 2 Tamers really sucks. Yeah, but honestly, like, I don't know if the new Crisscross Omnimon stuff is actually going to be better than what we currently have. Because I think, like, the big issue is against a deck like Vortex, I honestly don't think Omnimon can stand on any kind of legs. I really don't. So I'm setting the memory boosts up just because, like, I know once I get a single tamer, I just need memory. It can. How does Omnimon out Vortex Dramon? Also, Sagittarius can stun Vortex. Oh. So it can't gain its immunities? Well, doesn't Vortex have the ability to just suspend any of your Digimon to still gain the immunities? Like... Is that, like, a thing that people just seem to be forgetting, or am I just honestly misremembering it? You may suspend one Digimon. If this effect suspended one of your Digimon until the end of the opponent's turn, their Digimon's effects don't affect this Digimon. Yeah. So, they could just create an extra body to then suspend by an effect, and then you gain the immunities. It's locked to be when attacking. Yeah, so I think, like, don't I just automatically lose in this position, though? Because of Vortex? Or, because I don't have a Gabumon. Isn't affected by... Yeah, so I just automatically lose here. Cool. We could keep this. This isn't that bad. Maybe it is. We don't have any searching. This is arguably worse. Yeah, to stun him for a turn can be removed. Let me reread him. It's also on as when digivolving. Yeah, I guess, like, you just have to run soft removal in order to do anything. Otherwise, you're just fucked. Well, at least that makes these cheaper. Yeah, if I don't see a rookie in, like, a turn or two, I'm probably just gonna scoop. Yeah. Because now I'm out of play lines. Yeah, Omnimon is still very rough this format. But the big problem with, like, Crisscross Omnimon is, like, yeah, Sagittarius mode can stun, but you need to search so much deeper and find so many more pieces to the combo is part of the problem. Oh my god. Literally an unplayable matchup. Gross. Like, and I think that's part of, like, what's getting irked around on Digimon, like, in my perspective, is, like, this format, more specifically, feels like there's so many more, like, raw, unwinnable matchups than in previous formats of the game, where it's just like, why did I even bother shuffling up? Because my deck functionally cannot deal with what you just did. It's like playing CS Omni. I mean, it's just any Omnimon deck in general. Like, that's why, like, at least, like, BT17, BT22 Omni-varianted decks, like, they kind of just work in spite of low consistency because of the fact that you need to see less pieces. The only real problem and pain point with those style of Omnimon decks more specifically is the fact that you need so much more memory in order to function. Although the Ace is still a problem, the Ace is so not a problem. Omnimon Ace is arguably the weakest Omnimon out of the ones that we're running. Like, Omnimon Ace is legitimately the weakest of the Omnimons that we're currently running. I mean, I had no way to get into Altar S in that matchup. Like, in that game with that hand. I would have to wait another turn or two to hope to see a rookie, and I'm just like, I really don't feel like sitting here waiting, doing nothing, while my opponent does so much more. And yes, you can make the argument that, like, okay, if I get up into Altar S and I Altar S loop, then reasonably my opponent shouldn't be able to interact with me, and everything that mattered before going into an Altar S and looping it doesn't seem to matter. But I didn't want to sit through a slog to get to that conclusion, if that even was going to be a conclusion. Oh, the mirror match. And he found his tamer. Why did I load up into a mirror match of all things? Wait, idea? What idea? What's the idea? Play Crimson Blaze? Pfft. I thought of that idea before. Yeah, all I have to do is just... What's a deck that can play 4 Crimson Blazes, chat? Like... No Ace. The deck is running a Crimson Blaze in my Omnimon deck. I think it's just take another Pail, right? Like, it's always just take another Pail. I would like them to move out and commit something. That would be nice. No? Okay. Play Dark Masters with 21 options? Fuck, I'm tempted. Honestly, tempted. What's our play? We're gonna hard play Stingmon. And then we're going to go into Pyildramon, and then from Pyildramon, we're gonna end in Dragon mode. So that way we could have fighter mode set up. The fighter mode trap. So I might as well kill this while I can. It has to be on attack on Evo. See, that's how we win. We win by floodgating the opponent. We did it. Oh, God. Oh, this is going to be rough. Maybe a little less rough. Yeah, I honestly think this started the trend of, like, forcing the game to play out the Digimon it's going to be DNAing into. Like, it very much felt like that was the trend. I almost want to play, like, Shakamon. Like, just a mono Shakamon deck. I know mono Shakamon's not nearly as good as Imperial because it doesn't have access to, like, annoying floodgates. Or maybe it does with Venus. Oh, of course I played the Wormmon, so I couldn't even search the Davis! Yeah, now he's forced to do something. Did you evolve for 2, wipe my field? Is he gonna DNA right away, or is he gonna risk it? DNA right away. Smart. He doesn't have piercing, but he could beat both of my Digimon up. Yeah, now the shoe's on the other foot right now. The draw into the Wormmon was really lucky. The draw into the XVmon was really lucky. Break partition? Sure. I don't de-digivolve, so this is probably fine. Oh, I have to be careful here. I just realized I can't unsuspend because I'm under the fucking lingering effect of his Pyildramon. So if that's the case... Ooh, Purg is not great. Does it matter which one I use? Probably not at this point. Just give him his 3. Denied me a lot of card draw because I can't unsuspend. Yeah, just missed drawing into HPD. Does this have to be a green Digimon? No, it doesn't. Insane. Yeah, but I sit on this and I floodgate him. Progenitor. Shouldn't hidden potential be banned? Probably. Card's insane. I love floodgates. What's your opinion on the new AD01 Pyldramon in fighter mode? I think they're very good. They're very good cards. So, like, the fighter mode probably is going to replace this fighter mode in the deck. And I don't necessarily know how good the Pyldramon is. Because the old one, at least, like, even though it doesn't have partition, it could still multi-attack, which could be pretty annoying. Yeah, unfortunately, he's just going to rip all my sources apart. So, maybe I should have waited on the floodgate. I mean, partition doesn't work through battle anyway, so it's not like that matters. And then he just tears apart my card draw? Yep. So, I decided to keep this in my hand because it has an overall lower play cost. So, we're essentially just slowing each other down, trading floodgates. Although, I think he's in a way better position than me at this point. God, seeing this is giving you PTSD to when Imperial was dominant? Yeah. Yeah, so we digivolve here first. Oh, there's the Wormmon I wish I had. Do I? I think I have to hard play this Sting, DNA, and stun his Digimon down. So we're just trading, stunning each other's Digimons back and forth. Oh, that's such a good card. I mean, we're literally just trading floodgates back and forth. So if he can't get rid of my fighter mode, I hopefully just paladin mode him to oblivion. And hope he doesn't have a paladin mode in response. Yeah, this is a mirror match. It's literally the exact same deck. Oh, wrong one! No! Wrong one. That's fine. So do we Progenitor or HPD here? Oh, because I have to make some attacks. So I think we Progenitor for 2. Digivolve in here. Or no, we HPD first. Yeah, so we HPD, use this, then Progenitor here. Maintain turn, and then we should just have enough damage. Oh, my green Digimon. Can't do that. So, we probably HPD, then Progenitor. If that's the case. Lydramon for the safety net? No. Because the Digimon we're Digivolving into doesn't have to... Okay. Yeah. So, I would have to Progenitor into here. Oh, I fucked up. Alright, whatever. I fucked up. There's so many lines I fucked that up on. Alright. Yeah, I should. I mean, if I digivolved into the Sting over the XV, I would have been able to DNA and just kill him from there. But I guessed wrong on a 50-50. And then I forgot that, yeah, so I should have done Sting knowing I had HPD in my hand. So that's where I fucked up, is I should have, Stinged. Because I could have, instead my other playline was to digivolve, using Progenitor into fighter mode. Yeah, so I should have took the Sting. That was where I fucked up. Was I needed it to be Sting. Did AD01 give Imperial like actually any new support? And is this also an unwinnable matchup? Like, what are the new tools that Imperial got? So they got this. So that allows us to digivolve into our 6 pretty easily. Are these reprints? Yeah, those are reprints. Then the only other 6 we got is this. Did we get a new oh no, that's a reprint, isn't it? No, that's a new one. Was it just those 2 cards that we got for support? Or did we get anything else? Yeah, I have to turbo into, I have to turbo into fighter, or, to dragon mode. That's how I win this matchup, is turboing into dragon mode and try to kill him before he does his thing. Fighter mode is cracked? Yeah. I was just seeing if we had a new dragon mode or not. I don't think we did. I think it's literally just a new Pail and a new fighter mode, and the new fighter mode seems very good. Like, the new fighter mode is obviously going to replace the BT-20 fighter mode that already shouldn't be in the deck. But it is because names. Yeah, I don't know exactly how this deck generally wins this matchup easy enough. Alright, we're gonna YOLO. Cool, we YOLO'd. Oh, wish I had that in raising. Yeah, we'll just gain the memory now since it literally doesn't matter because there's nothing to strip and both of his Digimon are probably going to be dead this turn. And I really am hoping... That's okay. I just need to see Dragon Mode and I should be okay. Of course, he gets to play it out for free. Right after I killed the fucker. I mean, having Tamer Source Strip is really good against birds. It can be. Like, the effects I'm not entirely, like, super spooked about. Agility training is really bad. One of your blue Digimon can digivolve into a blue Digimon. Yeah, no, we can't use blue scramble here. Oh, this only goes off of I can't digivolve here. Yeah, I have to hard play the Wormmon, try to dig. Dig failed. I mean, I guess on the bright side, he can't unsuspend his Digimon, but losing this already is going to be very, very brutal. Yeah, I have to, like, see fighter mode. Otherwise, like, I probably just auto-lose this matchup. Yeah, that's some insanely cracked security. I do agree. I mean, I guess on the sort of bright side... Oh, there's the Vortex, so I'm just hard fucked. Yeah. Because now he suspends that and immediately goes into Vortex, and hopefully he's stupid enough to suspend himself down. Thinking he has an unsuspend. Zephiga? Okay. Yeah, he's clearly smart enough to realize... are the new cards not on the sim yet? Of course not. The new cards are not on the sim. Oh, he becomes immune so he could unsuspend. Yeah, fair point. And partition doesn't work with battle. Alright. So we kind of just automatically lose the game from here. Cool. Love it. Yeah, literally, if you don't have an answer to Vortex, you're just fucking not a real deck at this point. And it's the same argument that people were making with Magnamon X. Like, if you aren't one of the few decks that have playlines to fight against it, you're just fucking not a deck. So, like, unless Imperial can literally stem, like, kill Vortex ASAP, I don't think, like, Imperial has a remotely good Vortex matchup, which means you just aren't really a deck. And, like, the thing with Imperial was it was already incredibly weak into rocks, and because of rocks, you just already weren't a deck. So, between the combination of getting more bad matchups, I don't necessarily think the new AD01 cards are really going to make a bad deck better, because it's not changing its matchup spread. This is why we play Creepymon, the option to delete a level 7. I mean, Creepymon already is not very good of a deck to begin with. So just because it happens to be able to run removal options, I guess is like something going for it. It has really bad matchups and do almost everything that's top tier, except for maybe Vortex, and even then Vortex can still deal a lot of damage, and probably recover faster than you can deal damage to them. So, like, that's kind of the meta dynamic that I see Vortex, or Creepy in. Is, like, you don't deal enough damage to end the games instantaneously, and a lot of decks have high levels of recursion and recovery to be able to recover somewhat from what you just did to them. And its matchup spread against the top current decks is not good. Like, it's objectively not good. So I'm still missing things. So I'm going to be taking one more turn to try to set things up. The things that I'm looking for at this point are level 6 Digimon. So I only have... I think it's just take the Vmon. And then we can Digivolve down here. And then play out a Vmon, and then hope that they don't really have anything. This is kind of what I was hoping for. Missing on the fighter mode kind of sucks, but I have to have this in order to make fighter mode a playable card. So I'd rather take the card that I can play rather than the other one. So I know their removal is more specifically bounce removal, so I should be well insulated. We always play the Vmon because Vmon has higher usability. God. I mean, we already have so many level 5s, like... Losing the Omni here sucks. So, because I highly respect you as a deck builder, would you care showing me Maruki OTK? Yeah, I could show you what Marukiamon looks like after this. The big question is, do I risk the attack? Probably not. As much as I want to get a free attack in, it's probably not worth the risk. I mean, I technically do have a backup Digimon just in case, but I'd rather not lose my level 4 because I don't have a backup one. So getting 3 card draws here is kind of insane. And the fact that literally none of them were the cards that I needed was also really sad. That's a card I want. So the sad thing is I still don't have a level 4. So the question is, do I break my partition for the extra aggro? So I Digivolve here, break my Oh, no, this costs 4. I don't have the cost reducer. So it has to be this. More card draw. Oh, unfortunate. Couldn't exactly do everything I wanted. Is this the Yao that swaps itself? Yeah, this is the Yao that swaps itself. Shouldn't my fighter mode be working on here? So, I mean, I limited the amount of aggression that they have. So, at least that's kind of a good thing because of the floodgate that they can't unsuspend. Oh, interesting. Oh, they have 2 of them in here? Oh, they do. Okay. Yeah, the sad thing is I don't have a backup XV, so he gets rid of that and I'm kind of just screwed. I mean, the chances of me drawing into one is, like, actually pretty high, but the fact that I don't have one is really sad. Yeah, I think he's forgetting he can't unsuspend. Yep, there goes the XV. So are all the AD01 0 support? Oh, we're gonna play this. Not worth it, or not worth it, or is there cards that is actually just good enough to boost any of the decks to top tier status? None of the cards feel like it's really boosting anything to top tier status. Yeah, so the reason why they quit is because I ruined their OTK, and now I just respond by just killing them. So, here is Maruki OTK. I know my ear is in the way, but my ear is in the way of an extra Dan and Cannon and an extra in-between theater. So essentially the goal of the deck is you're going to use your Tamers to set up your DNA into Sylphimon. Then you're going to use Dan and Cannon in combination with Bukamon Egg to be able to have Marukimon get an extra attack at the end of the turn, disregarding what memory you actually gave the opponent. So it has some very powerful lines of play where if you have both of these set up, or like 2 of these or 2 of these set up, regardless how you set it up, you could use them at the start of your turn to DNA into Sylphimon. Sylphimon is going to then be able to gain Security Attack Plus, making it 13k, swinging for 2 checks. Then during your unsuspend phase, you can unsuspend, swing with Sylphimon for another 2 checks. But even if you don't get that, like, extra cuteness, and you just have to do it during your main, the idea is still you're doing 2 checks off Sylphimon, 2 checks off Marukimon, then Bukamon unsuspend and do something else with Dan and Cannon to have Marukimon deal an extra check. And it's not hard to get a chip shot in because you have Garurumons and you have Agiomons, and even if you have like extra Tamers, you do have extra rush off of Cyclomon, so like it's just a very, very powerful and aggressive deck when played correctly. Do you have to have the Goma promos? Ideally you would want 4 total promos. The idea behind these is the fact that they get the free evolution, which is what makes the deck incredibly powerful. So like you could free Evo the Goma into Agio, set up your Danon cannon that way. So that way you could try to like make use of these cards if they're already on the field to be able to line up your DNAs. Like it's just the free Evo is so good. You could technically run a card that reduces the Evo cost by 1, but 1 versus free can sometimes be make or break it in certain situations. Blinding Ray over Hammerspark is literally for more memory, and almost all of our low-end cards are yellow. Like, we have a lot of, like, yellow low-end cards that we're using to just make it work. It doesn't really matter, but the extra memory, again, for how much you could do with 1 memory, like, you want all the memory you possibly can have, especially if you're using that memory to just end the game on the spot. So that's why Grav Crush is in here, is because, like, you have red tamers, and again, some of your Digimon cards are part red. Same thing with your Danon Cannon tamers. So, like, who cares if you give the opponent 2 memory? That actually, like, can help trigger Danon Cannon. But most of the time, like, you're using these cards to just end the game on the spot because of how much you can do with that extra memory. So in the right contexts, you could use the extra memory to set up more DNA plays. You could set up extra chip shots. You could make sure you have enough memory to actually make your combos work to begin with. So yeah, just an incredibly powerful card, just being able to gain 2 memory. And the fact that this can also trigger if you don't have any security means that there's actually 0 downside to Blinding Ray. Like, actually 0 downside. Granted, the Hammer Spark is kind of cute because you do have a little bit of blue low end, but like literally outside of Bukamon and Gomamon, like this Gomamon is obviously the worst searcher in the entire deck. I'm honestly debating if I should take this out and instead put in Elecmon, just because Elecmon feels a little bit better, but like sometimes you get really low on cards in your hand, and the Gomamon can help with some extra incidental card draw. It's not bad, but it's not like the best searcher. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at here. But again, like, these are mostly for free Evo. If you only have 4 free Evos, that's probably okay. It's just, again, sometimes the difference between 1 and 0, or like that 1 memory difference, could make or break play lines. So let's go back to looking at AD01. So is this card actually helping Imperial? Against like the bad matchups that it already has, I don't realistically think this is going to be making anything better. I really don't. I think like the systemic issues of Imperial are systemic enough to where the game has sped up and power crept enough to where it just like it gets outmaneuvered, essentially. Like, you could get outplayed, outmaneuvered, outprotectioned, whatevered. So while this card is incredibly good, I don't necessarily think it's powerful enough to bring the deck up compared to where it currently is. It just feels like this is a good step for trying to keep the deck semi-relevant by talking about it. That's kind of where I feel like this card is at. Maybe this is going to be more impactful in Heroes, because maybe now Heroes can, like, stem away from being, like, mono red, and now you actually can start being a proper slop deck. Because as we see, slop decks are, like, some of the most powerful decks that you could be playing, because they have deeper card pools and abilities that can help you out in more situations than doing your one-trick pony type thing. But if your one-trick pony type thing is just that much better than everyone else's one-trick pony, that's what makes you stand out compared to a lot of other stack decks. So security attack +1 blocker is both good. When digivolving, when attacking, you get to return the opponent's Digimon with the lowest DP to the bottom of the deck. So again, really good. All turns, when Digimon are played or digivolved by suspending one of the opponent's Digimon and unsuspending this Digimon, then if played or digivolved by an effect, you get to return one of the opponent's suspended Digimon to the bottom of the deck. So it's like a good, like, pseudo Floodgate type card to try to stop and stem some shenanigans. But as you saw with the last deck, for whatever reason, I don't think the The fighter mode should have triggered off of the ability, the delay ability, so I don't know why that didn't work. But I think this is a pretty decent and strong card. Do I think it's fixing the problems with Imperial? No, I don't. Just like how I don't think this is fixing the problems with Imperial either. When digivolving until the end of your turn, this Digimon can't be deleted in battle. So at least that does help the Vortex matchup a little bit. Then if DNA'd, this Digimon's attack target can't be changed, which again just helps you pressure the Vortex. So that way you actually can make your plays. So actually this Pyldramon does seem really good, even though it's not multi-attacking. It is fixing at least one specific matchup. I do think like against Rocks, and I do think against like Medusa, maybe you're okay against Medusa, to be fair. Because you do have like Partition, so like you could try to do some cute shenanigans. So I think like for where Imperial currently is, I honestly think this card is doing way more than the fighter mode. The fighter mode is a really good card, don't get me wrong, but like for where the weaknesses of the deck is in this current format, I do think this Pyldramon does actually help shore up some of those weaknesses to make it a little bit more competitively viable. So in that aspect, like looking at the 2 cards of support that it got, it is very good. It's funny that this has Hero, but I don't necessarily think like you're going to be running this in Hero, because I think like this is just a better standalone card, like to just splash in Hero. But yeah, so that's kind of my thought process on Pyldramon after playing it in this current format and reading the new cards. I do think like this is arguably a more impactful card than the fighter mode, which is ironic because the fighter mode is a very strong card. It's just not helping any of the matchups. What would you replace with Pyldra? The old Pyldra. So, like, the deck's upgrades are incredibly easy. Because, that's Hoodie. Oop, nope. If we go to the deck, these 2 cards that's covered by my ear is, Progenitor and, Dragon Mode. But essentially, you would replace, this fighter mode with the new fighter mode, although you still might want to consider running one of this card just because it's just like a incredibly annoying floodgate for the opponent to play around. But the playability of this card is only off of your level 6s, so like where the other one is still kind of a floodgate that you don't need to have a level 6 in order to use. So I think you probably would replace 2 of these with the new fighter mode, and then you're easily going to replace these Pyldras with the new one with Partition, because these at this point aren't really doing anything unless you're just like hardcore high rolling and OTKing the opponent off of just the sheer amount of attacks that you could potentially have if your Digimon are actually getting deleted. So I think like those are the obvious 2 upgrades to where the deck currently wants to go. At least like based on my experience in playing with it. Maybe there's an argument to try to run 8 Pyldras and just run all of the Partition ones. And then maybe you could cut down on a Dragon mode or something to be able to fit that space in, because now you're not hard locked to running as many Dragon modes because of the fighters. So maybe that's kind of just the general direction of where the deck would go is you take out these, put in the fighter. You take out one of these, put in another Pyl. And yeah, still keep the one of this, and then I think like these are still fine. And the option lineup is also still fine. I don't know if I exactly like Blue Scramble, but Blue Scramble still can be pretty useful at times. Blue Scramble's mostly useful on going into the 6s, and that's kind of what HPD is doing. was at my locals. Did you talk about the Adventures deck? Yes. Yes, we talked about Adventures. Oh, I kind of deleted the Adventures, but essentially like I had to flowchart how the stupid Adventures deck works. So, like, this is how you're playing Adventures in terms of setting up the crisscross, where it's just like, you move your level 3 out of raising area. You have your level 3 digivolve into a level 4. You then have, that costs 2 memory. You then have your level 4 be seen by the tamer to play a level 4, probably for around 3 memory. If you could get it lower, that's great, but it's going to be an average of 3 memory. Then the level 4, or then you digivolve, or the level 4, no, yeah. Then you digivolve into a level 5, so this probably is for another 3-ish memory. You'll digivolve into the level 5, then the level 5 sees, or the level 4 sees the level 5's evolution, digivolves itself. Level 5 sees the level 5 evolution, digivolves into the level 6. Level 5 sees the level 6 evolution, digivolves into level 7 or 6 itself. And then you basically go from your 2 level 6s into end of turn DNA to DNA into a level 7. So that's how the whole crisscross works. And when it comes to Adventures, based on the cards, just kind of as a little bit of a recap, you have 2 different Adventure level 6 top ends. You have the ones using Metal Garurumon, and then you have the ones using Crest Garurumon. For Adventures, what they did really dirty about Adventures is the fact that Adventures is very muddy as a build. So if you're building towards Crest Garurumon, which is the intended way these new wave of Adventure support is supposed to be played, you're basically playing a whole new deck. You're not actually playing Adventures. You're using, like, maybe a couple of cards from the starter deck just for consistency's sake. But you're basically playing a whole new crisscross applesauce DNA deck that has nothing to do with the majority of the older cards. Which is incredibly dishonest of Bandai saying that these are Adventure support when it's actually an entirely new deck. Then you do have the, like I said, the ones based off of the movie. These are, like, playable cards for the current Adventures deck. Even though the current Adventures deck is, like, better arguably as, like, an ace bait deck, and these aren't ace baiting. But the fact that these are still very strong cards in of themselves means that, like, yeah, I could warrant running these and they're actually really good to use. But what this is actually, like, really trying to support is hero support, where you could just play this with heroes as a top end, because heroes currently doesn't really have a top end. And arguably, this is just better in heroes than it actually is in Adventures. Because Heroes has a whole bunch of different colors on their tamers that they're already playing, so you're not losing on the abilities of this card compared to running it in Heroes or Adventures. And because Omnimon is also a hero traded card, like, he's arguably also better in Heroes as well, but he could double dip into the old Adventures. But the old Adventures is a little bit on the awkward side in terms of how it wants to set up. Because the big difference is, at least like with Heroes, you could use your tamers to reduce the cost of your Digivolutions, so it makes it really easy to actually use these. And because you manipulate your inheritables by shoving cards underneath your hero traded cards to then use as a resource to put it into your Digimon, you arguably have easier access at these types of abilities in case you can't actually line up your DNA into Omnimon. So, yeah, they did Adventures an incredible disservice by not actually supporting the deck, but giving it cards that it could potentially work with. But again, the majority of them are more so for the new Omnimon Crisscross DNA deck. That just so happens to be Adventure trait. Yeah, I always say Crisscross Applesauce because that's just what it's doing. So yeah, like this card has zero reason being in Adventures, like as Adventures currently was played. And that's kind of the conclusion in Crash Out that I spent arguably way too long coming to that realization. It's because like, this type of a card I would label as like a red herring, where it says Adventures, but it's not really for Adventures. It just has the Adventures just because reasons. I mean, it is from the Adventures show, which is why it has the Adventures trait. But this card is actually meant for heroes. It's not actually meant for Adventures, which that kind of like when I came to that Crash Out, it really pissed me off that Bandai decided to do that, because like Adventures was a pretty decent starter deck set. Like it was arguably the strongest starter, like not advanced decks, starter decks that we got. And the fact that they just did that deck series, like those two decks, some incredible disservices, really kind of just pissed me off. Thank you for explaining. Yeah, not a problem. The only other things that I kind of talked about was like Shoutmon Cross 7 also kind of was done really dirty. One card that really is not impactful is not helping the deck, and the deck kind of struggles into a lot of the current environment, so that kind of sucked. I mean, Gallant's just Gallant, so like I think Gallant Heroes might be a popular transition point. These cards are obviously meant to be played with heroes, but like obviously because they're Gallant stuff, they could be played with Gallant. But it feels like based on how the cards read, they just want these to be heroes. Like heroes as a trait got more support than anything else in the entire set. Like, because this is not a hero, but like Red Hybrids. I have to test out Red Hybrids, and I have to test out Gamma. To kind of like figure out where they're at. The Zeeg is really good, but I think Blue Flares is already not super playable as is. The fact that this has Crossheart in its trait actually is really good. This probably replaces any Zeeg that Crosshearts was already using. Like, the Zeeg is a very good card. But again, Crosshearts and Blue Flares already are struggling as is to remain relevant. So, like, even though they got really big boosts with some of the cards that they got, I guess I'm being generous by saying big boosts. Even though they were boosted, I don't necessarily think the boost is high enough compared to where the deck currently is. Which is why I've been playing a lot of like the decks that are being supported by AD01, is because I want to understand what these decks are currently doing to fully understand if these cards are going to be impactful towards their overall play style and play patterns that they obviously are designing these cards for. Any idea about new hybrid cards? They enable new combos in their respective decks. I think like at least so these cards really want you to build Susanomon. They really want you to build towards the BT18 playstyle, which arguably for both of the hybrid decks was the worst way to play hybrids compared to what we were already doing with hybrids. So I have to like try to build those two decks and see what these cards are doing, or at least like look at the two decks, because I don't like right now, because the Susano-esque build of both red and blue hybrids respectively, or I guess red and yellow hybrids technically now, were very incredibly bad. They're probably not worth playing, but like I could at least try to do some research on what was successful about that build, or like about this type of a build, to see if this actually would potentially elevate it. Meanwhile, Shine Greymon, he's still just an OTK deck. Like, Shine is just an OTK deck. So this is obviously going to be trying to support Data Squad before Data Squad even comes out. But, like, this to me just reads that Shine is just still supposed to be an OTK deck. Like, it's not super great in Shine because, like, you just have to make your OTKs better. And that's, like, the only thing you really can do about Shine to make him good is just make his OTK better. But this card seems actually pretty decent. I probably would play this in Shine. When the Tamer gets suspended, draw 1, and then one of your Digimon can digivolve into a yellow Digimon card with Greymon in its name, and reduce the Digivolution cost by 3. So we have tons of ways of suspending our Tamers. But the big part is the end of your turn. If you have a yellow Digimon with Agumon or Greymon in its name, one of your Marcuses is treated as a 6,000 Digimon, can't attack, a rush, and then it can attack. So this is basically just a free extra attack at the end of the turn. Like, that's all this card is doing and all the card is reading to me, which, like, just helps OTK in a sense. So, yeah, I think this is going to be a decent inclusion in Shine. End of turn attack for game, yeah. This is basically just their new Omni for game type of a play. And, like, maybe they're going to try to shift the deck to be Turbo Ruin mode or something. And maybe rely a little bit less on the OTK, just to try to, like, maybe play around with some of the new tech a little bit more. But at the end of the day, you're doing literally one of two things. Rune mode, locking the opponent out of the game, or Shine Greymon, burst mode, OTKing the opponent. So that's literally what it feels like to me. But yeah, so Vortex. Oh, yeah, I was looking up Vortex. Oh, that's BT25. Here's 80. Because this has all of the cards. And then we get into Reprint City down here. Yeah, the cards I'm not going to experiment with is going to obviously be Lord Knight and Dynasmon. I think the Dynasmon for his deck is really good, but, like, obviously these cards want to be played with Lucemon, and that never panned out, like, ever. So I think for that, they're kind of not good, but, like, for their respective decks, which are also not doing very good right now, I don't necessarily think this is going to be making them that much stronger. So, yeah, I'm really not going to be playing around with these. For Royal Knights, they might be okay. But I don't particularly think Royal Knights is going to care about these. I mean, they might because they have security effects. Like, if anything, Royal Knights might just mess around with Dynasmon. Just because, like, you could play more towards the yellow package with Kentauros to set up your security. And then Dynas can trash it and do some other cute things. So, like, I think, like, Dynasmon out of the two is, like, obviously the better one. But for their respective decks, they're probably just okay. So, yeah, I think I want to play and test Gamma. Oh, yeah, and then I talked about Gaiamon. Gaiamon is just going to be a one of. Like, he's going to be maybe a tech 1, 2 of at most for Gaiamon already. He's a good card. Don't get me wrong, he's a very good card. But he doesn't necessarily scream, I'm better than the old Gaiamon. It just enables some slightly new and alternative play lines. That's pretty much it. I think them, like, these being ace cards is, like, actually pretty good. Because Gaiamon does actually have, like, a way to force the opponent into attacking. So that could force trigger, like, the Gaiamon ace. So it does give them, again, some alternative playlines they didn't have access to before. So that way you could be like, okay, I don't feel bad about digivolving for 4 into Charismon, or into the level 5, the villain level 5. I know it's not Charismon. I'm blanking on his name. And then ace baiting the opponent. Like, it actually gives that playline viability, which I think is, like, actually very good because it just goes to enhancing every single card that you want to be playing inside of apps. As an apps expert myself. So I really just need to experiment with maybe a little bit more, a little bit of Gallant. Maybe I should just experiment with Heroes and just say screw it. I just need to build Heroes and see what Heroes is doing in order to really like try to understand like where some of these new cards would fall into Heroes. I know Heroes for the most part is just using Gaiamon as like their current top end. Lord Nightmon Digivolve 2 on play. Yeah, I'm not saying like they're bad. I just think that there's better cards. Yeah, and I'm definitely not a Royal Knight expert. Heroes is an actual deck that exists. Yes. Did it have any BT22 results? I know it had BT21 results. I don't remember if it had any BT22 results. No. It literally was a one format deck. Was it this? Yeah, Heroes. Yeah, see? Heroes was an actual deck. So, Heroes, again, to preface it, they didn't have a top end. So, they were just using Gaiamon as a top end. Because one of your key cards is Globe, and Globe is a hero traded card. Gaiamon, yes, is not a hero traded card, but because of the fact that Globemon was incredibly strong as a level 5, and paired up with Arrestadramon Superior Mode as a level 5 meant you are very aggressive on slightly earlier stages. These cards both hit well above their weight class, which is why both of them are being used, and which is why Globemon is being used to facilitate the Gaiamon. Because then you get to use the app hero stuff a little bit more efficiently while also having inheritable abilities to make your Digimon stronger, which is something apps don't generally have access to. So that's kind of like the gimmick behind why they were playing these cards. And I think like based on a lot of the new support, like you could still very easily run like the Gallantmon stuff and remove the Appmon stuff, and maybe that's good. Or you could consider playing the adventure top ends. Because I know Heroes... yeah, because you have the hero Gallantmon, which can Digivolve on top of Heroes or War Growlmon. This card's really decent. Raid, Rush, Piercing, deletes Digimon, can then attack. they have this little phrase right here. Then this Digimon may attack, like literally fucking everywhere. It's kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. When Digivolving, when attacking, delete one of their Digimon with the lowest DP. That is once per turn. And then your opponent's effects don't affect this Digimon with Takato and its Digivolution source, which Heroes can do very easily because they have access to hybrid tech. So you do have a Takato. It's not the greatest card, but it's not a bad card. When your Digimon are played or Digivolve by suspending this until the end of their turn, one of your Digimon with Guilmon, Gallantmon, or Megidramon or Hero in its trait gain blocker, And then if there are 10 or more cards, it gains plus 2000 DP, but you don't care about that because you could use, where's the hybrids? Yeah, you could use a Goonimon with the hero and its trait as a card to Digivolve on top of the Takato, so you don't have to run the like weird warp Takato setup. You just Digivolve into a Goonimon and then just use all of your other hero traded cards to enable your Gallantmon. But that's kind of why I think like maybe that's not necessarily the best of plays compared to like where Heroes currently is. Because obviously your core tamer is going to be Tageru, and you're not really going to have that much time or deck space to potentially run some other stuff. So I think like looking at Heroes currently, I think like the better new cards is just like incorporating a good level 6. Because this specifically needs the Agunimon or the Warp play. I mean, this could play the Takato from our hand or trash, so it's not like it's bad if you build like Heroes to incorporate the Gallant package or a Gallant package instead of using Heroes to facilitate Atmon. But I do think, like, again, the strength of, like, a card like this is probably arguably just better. This requires us to play a little bit more Tamer colors, which Heroes is primarily a red deck. So, like, you could easily fit in something like Garurumon instead. And that's why I think, like, going towards, like, Omnimon might be more beneficial, because with the proper setup, you could just, like, turbo into a high-level Digimon pretty quickly. I always thought the whole Heroes trait was pointless. Yeah, no. So the reason why Heroes works is literally because of Tageru. So Tageru states that by placing one card with Save or Hero in its trait from your hand underneath this Tamer, you get to draw one, gain a memory. Then, when any of your Digimon would Digivolve into a card with Save in its text or the Hero trait, you get to suspend this Tamer and place one card from underneath your Tamer into that Digimon's Digivolution source at the bottom and reduce the Digivolution cost by 1. So the idea is you're just passively going to be using Tageru to allow your evolutions to be a little bit cheaper than what they normally would be. Obviously, multiple Tagerus means you could stack this ability to be able to get pretty much up to free Digivolutions with a whole bunch of extra inheritables. Then the other main card from what I saw a lot of Heroes decks use is the Takuya, because the Takuya this card allows you to do something similar where at the start of your main phase one of your Tamers or Digimon can Digivolve into this Digimon with Hybrid or Hero in its trait, and then for each of your red Tamers with different names on our field, then we get to reduce the Digivolution cost by 1. So this allows you to pretty much Digivolve your Agunimon for free with enough Tamer set up into this, and then you use the Tageru to reduce the cost of your next Digivolution. So again, that could pretty much be a free evolution because it's going to be gaining a memory and drawing a card before you even Digivolve. So it's pretty much net 2 memory save, which is very, very strong. So it's just depending on what are the other cards you're going to be running in Heroes to really help facilitate it. But Heroes is an aggressive deck because it has very high, like, quality of cards when it comes to, like, how good your 2-color cards actually are. Which is why they play Fire Rocket to increase the damage, because imagine hitting 4 security with a Restridramon Superior Mode with a ginormous stack, because this card has Raid, it has Piercing, it gets DP for everything in its inheritables, which again, Tageru is increasing. You might have to see the deck in action in the flow because you're getting dizzy from hearing all this. Yeah. That's why I am going to copy the deck. It's basically just a very straightforward deck for the most part. I gotta see if there's anything outside of the globe and app stuff that I want to potentially use. Because I do think Hero is really decent, like some of the Gamamon tech. Or like go a little bit deeper into the hybrid tech, but yeah. So white tie is Hero giving 3 colors for Wargray. Yeah. So like that's kind of where I think like some of the new tech for heroes is actually pretty good, because like you would have to use the white tie or vary your tamers up a little bit. And like getting 3 colors isn't super hard, and those cards are like very strong. But again, like if the main point of heroes is low to the ground, be aggressive, because you're just using highly valuable level 5 Digimon, then like what level 6 would you actually want to run is the real question. So like, is running Growlmon and Takato better than the Globemon and the app stuff? Because the app stuff at least like tries to be pseudo sloppy by pretending to be a slop deck by having lots of different abilities, even though you can't exactly search for all of them. So while this is trying to find a match, I'm going to go grab some more water real quick. I'll be right back, chat. Oh, we actually found a match. Haha. All right, going second. Sure, we could keep this. It's not the greatest hand, but we could keep it. All right, let me actually get a snack while I'm waiting for my opponent to do plays. Oh no, my water! Good thing I put a cap on that. Otherwise, I would have water literally all over my floor. And then I would be a very, very sad dog. Ghosts? Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Mem setter? Mem setter. Now I have a mem setter. My hand started developing in not necessarily the best of ways. Oh, they're attacking. They're attacking. How bold of them. I guess they really just want to draw a card. I don't blame them. Sometimes that's what you gotta do, right? Oh, that's cute. They get a search. They get 2 cards. Are they going to take the violet too? They did. All right. Banana snack time is over. What are we doing here? We're probably gonna go into a globe. Globe will delete his Digimon. And then what do we do? Because Globe can Evo for 3, right? No, it's just a 4. So we're punching. We're gonna be Evoing. So, might as well just punch with this card, get the card draw in. Ooh, that's definitely not good for us. So, probably going to set up offense and then Digivolve into Globe. Ooh, I like both of these, but we're going to take the extra rookie because we're going to have a hatch up. And then, we're going to punch here. Definitely not good. From our trash. You could place 1 card with save in its text or hero from our hand or trash under any of our... Okay, and then save. So I get a double save. So we'll do Gamma. Or Gumdra. And then the arrestor. This kind of throws my memory off, but they don't really have any play lines. So this is probably okay. Because we get to draw a card off of the hero. Ooh, the time is really good. And then they get to gain an extra 2 memories, so they get to start their turn at 6 with nothing on their field. So next turn I punch for at least 2 security. If I hit a fire rocket, then I'm pretty good. Also, the main thing for Gaiamon is his unsuspend. Yeah. The unsuspend in trash is, like, very nice. Because, like, right now I could offense training, crack that to go into Gaiamon. Yeah, so they basically have to take this entire turn off to be able to just set up. So this puts me, the aggressor, in a really good spot to try to deal a good amount of damage, if not try to close out the game. So now we go down here. So this is going to be 2 checks. Yeah, so this is going to be 2 checks. He's going to go to 1, and then I crack this, use this effect, and then I just win the game. Right? Because I get to unsuspend? Yeah. So we just win the game here. Cool. Doesn't matter. Also doesn't matter. And then we swing for the game. Boy, if you didn't come close in this game, you're screwed. Yes. But I mean, that's literally why the level 5s are played the way that they are. Is because both level 5s deal a very high amount of damage and can hit very high DP thresholds without you really needing to think or try. But yeah, so that's kind of like an example of what Heroes is kind of doing already. Granted, I didn't really do that many hero-y things. You just saw me go up, delete their Digimon, punch their security, and then just make easy 3 checks to close out the game. So it's not like I did anything like super crazy. We could keep this. 3D Tech wins. Oh, red deck wins. There we go. Do you have a good Vortex list? Yeah, I posted one on YouTube. It was more like a general list. So it's not like it's the most crazy list in the world. But that's like, it's good to know what your averages are, I guess, is kind of the sentiment. So I'm going to save the Gumdra because I don't have a Tamer set up, so I'm going to throw out the Guilmon instead. Then we get to discard this and draw 2. Hey, look at that! Tamers! We have Tamers! Now we just need a level 4 to set up those Tamers. Oh no. Who would have ever saw that one coming? Yeah, Heroes doesn't necessarily move the fastest either because of the fact that it does need to get, like, its Tamers kind of set up. And if you don't see the Tamer setter or they're hit out of your security, then you could kind of be in trouble. Because this is the key Tamer that's accruing lots of value. You do kind of just need a mem setter, which is why they're running Haru. This does not have security tech 1. This is just milling me. Okay. Do I care about how much memory I give them? Probably not. At least not right now. So this is going to slowly make my cards in my trash better. So, like, I get to start pulling cards out of my trash, which is why I made this playline. Because if I draw into a hybrid, then I'm, like, in really good shape. So, right now there's not really much important things in my trash. And, like, them memory choking me really isn't a big deal at this point. Yeah, so, again, partially why the level 5s are the way they are is they just are very, very beefy cards. They hit so much above their weight class. It's insane. Yeah, so this was pretty okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and end our raising. We're not going to move out just yet. I'm just going to do this for right now. Oh, that was probably a mistake. Never mind, we grab it back anyway. Although I do maybe want to set up the Garnet. so that way I could try to dig deeper into the deck. Find a level 4 Digimon. Because that's really all I'm missing is just the level 4. So I think I just have to do this. Memory choke. And we found a level 4. Cool. Alright. So now we're in a good spot. So if I wanted to, I could use this. Yeah, the save off of the Arrestor and Gumdra are actually pretty nice to throw under the Takuya. I'd semi-argue the Adventure White Tamer tie is a better setter, but the App Tamer, making it red, it makes more sense with offense training, so it doesn't miss. Yeah. Oh, what is this? Raid Takato. So they're actually playing Takatos. So I might not be able to rip my opponent's security asunder, but I might be able to, like, make a power play or something. So this is probably a superior mode turn. Do I even need to use this right now? Probably not. Will you place one hybrid or hero from under this or a red tamer? Wait, what? When digivolving, place one hero trait card from your hand or trash as this Digibond's bottom Digivolution source. Okay. Yes. And then we will put it under the Takato, because I don't think I really need anything to go under, because all of them are just plus 2,000. Actually, I could do the Guilmon under myself. That's not entirely bad. So yeah, I digivolved for basically 0 with this type of a combo play, which is why, like, this is pretty easy. And then when I attack, I can digivolve into a red hybrid or hero from our hand and have the digivolution cost be reduced by 1. So again, this just makes evolution really easy and free. So we could draw a card. And then digivolve. We're going to digivolve into Globe. So that way I don't have anything to link. But I would lose out on this ability to then make an attack. So maybe it is still just Globe, and then we just don't have anything to delete, which is unfortunate. Unless we draw into a app. So maybe I should have added an app underneath. Or just draw into an app. Arrestor for piercing, because blocker. I don't particularly care about this because right now he's going to be in a rebuild state. So if he chooses to block, that's fine. Because next turn I could Aguni and then I could superior mode. Oh, he's just taking the damage. Okay. So let's see if he actually has an out to this. Because he could Digivolve for 2 and then Digivolve for 3 and then kind of not do anything. Unless he has the Growlmon that lets him Digivolve if it didn't delete anything, then he could delete this. Or he could hard play something to delete it. Like hard play a Gallantmon. Because there's just enough cards in trash. So I'm still very curious on what's going on here. Like, are they just trying to mill, but very slowly? Because this Digimon pretty much isn't going to do anything. And I don't think Digivolving it up into anything is going to accomplish much. Because my DP is just a bit higher than what they might be able to delete. And then I could easily go into a Gaiamon and then blow up his blocker. Okay, so he is just playing that to kill my Digimon. Good cards be good. I could put the globe underneath if I go into Gaiamon this turn. So I Digivolve into a Rester for 3. Yeah, so if I go into a Rester for 2, swing, kill, Gaiamon. Yeah, I should have enough memory to do whatever I need to. So, both his Digimon are pretty much dead anyway. But I do have to link. So, I think it does have to be, or maybe I should do Dugotch if that's the case, just to play it safe. Yeah, I think it's just Dugotch. Oh, they have an ace, don't they? Wasn't that one of the first things they grabbed? Was the ace? I'm just trying to see if they actually have an ace. Chat, can anyone tell me if they grabbed the ace out of their trash? Because there's this, yeah. It only keeps so many turns in the player log. Let me look at, the database really quickly, because I need to recognize the art. Yeah, so they do have an ace in their hand. Which really kind of sucks for me. So playing around an ace is actually kind of obnoxious. Because I'm literally going to be missing out on so much damage here. Oh, of course I draw into the globe right now. Oh, of course, of course. We have to take the rookie. Yeah, I hated everything about that turn because I knew he had an ace. Not gonna lie, you kind of want to play this deck. Heroes is fun. Heroes is pretty underrated in my perspective. Yeah, so they're gonna grab back their Gallantmon. Then Digivolve for 3, then Digivolve for 3 into Gallant, or just hard play Gallant for 0. Yeah, playing around to the Gallant and the Ace is, like, actually kind of obnoxious. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that's a free Gallant. So if he double Gallants me, then I'm kind of just, like, screwed. Because, like, I don't have any other abilities to just, like, straight up yeet his stuff. Because I'm trying to be more of an aggro deck, and aggro decks kind of lose to Crimson mode. So, if I don't find an answer for Crimson mode... Oh, he's just going to go into Crimson mode here. Okay. Oh, because this will rip through my security, right? So, this swings for 3 checks. This will be 4. So, I literally need to draw a hybrid. Otherwise, I'm in some very deep shit. Oh, he's not... Oh, because it lost Rush. Yeah. The Dugach is pretty good. So he has a mem setter set up. I think I lose this turn anyway. It's unfortunate. I couldn't respond. Because he just needs to mill enough cards, and then this does the next threshold up. Bro doesn't have rush with, Bro doesn't know it didn't have rush. Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, is it per? In both. Okay, yeah, it's per. My bad. I didn't realize it was per. I would have just conceded on the spot then, if that was the case. We could keep this. It's not greatest hand, but it's fine. Yeah, so I only lost because I knew they had the ace, and I couldn't deal as much damage as I wanted to. Otherwise, that turn I went into Globe, or into Gaiamon, I could have ripped through their security. Like, their security would have been, like, absolutely, trashed. Because I had enough memory to cheese into my level 5s, and then I had double Fire Rocket in hand. So I would have just been able to just absolutely decimate them. I could have chipped, but I would rather not right now. I kind of just want to wait. Good thing they can't take the Ruin mode. Nothing in my trash anyway. I think we do just hard play a Vmon. Give him a card he could interact with, I guess. Not exactly ideal, but I don't really have a whole lot I'm doing otherwise. Creepy to delete my Digimon. Yeah, I just at this point need to see a level 5, and then I'm pretty okay at dealing a good amount of damage. Speak of the 5s. So I swing, draw a card, use my effects, Digivolve, use my effects, link, draw a card, delete. Oh, that's unfortunate. Gumdra? Discard Guilmon to draw 2. Yeah, waiting kind of sucks. So hopefully I get another rookie. Yeah, 7 Great Demon Lords is also a pretty hard matchup for this. Yeah, because of this card, I literally have to wait a whole turn, which I hate doing. So he's got 2 underneath right now. Yeah, no rookie, no 5s right now is really hurting me. I don't think 7 Great Demon Lords is in the greatest position in this meta, but I'm very obviously not playing a meta deck. Yeah, they just have so much stall. Do they have... They do not even have a rage mode. Oh, I guess now they do. I'm gonna have to put one of these underneath. Yeah, unfortunate. I'm gonna have to use my level 4s. Oh, there's a level 3. Um... Yeah, this is the awkward part. I'm hoping to draw into a level 5 here. Well, there's the level 5 I was hoping to draw into. So I Digivolve here, attack into here. Oh, I can't even. Because I would have to raid into here. So I could use this? No. So I could get a free evolution into Arrestor. Do I have an app? No, I don't. This is the awkward part where, like, some of my playlines are just not super optimal. Maybe I just hold? Like, do I hold? Like, who says I have to use this here? So, both his Digimon will end up getting deleted. He gets to do his thing. I think I just hold. Because I just need to set up a big turn where I could punch him really, really hard. And very much right now, he's not even set up. Because he's got 3 Demon Lords underneath. Oh, and that's a different name. Or that's the same name card. So that doesn't work. So he still has 3 Demon Lords underneath. That doesn't really feel like it matters. Levia X, just to delete a tamer? That kind of matters a little bit. Losing that tamer, slightly unfortunate. The Lucimon's incredibly annoying. Because now I have to hope to try to de-digivolve it. And then he gets to digivolve. So do I literally just wait again? I hate waiting. Or no, I don't have to wait. I could just rip it, right? So I could Evo for 2, set up the Tagaru, then, yeah, okay. So we move out. Unfortunately, I lost 2. All right, whatever. Does it have to be from under this tamer? When any of your Digimon, by suspending this tamer, place 1 card from under one of your tamers. Okay. So we don't have to do that. Save the hybrid. Set up the Tagaru. So this reduces the memory by 2. So this is a 1 cost to Evo. And then this is when it would leave the battlefield by returning a Lucimon from your treasure. Oh, when it just leaves the battlefield. Okay. So that 1 extra memory kind of did matter quite a lot, actually. Because that would have allowed me to use a fire rocket. So what are we playing? Seems cool. This is Heroes. Oh, one of your... When this Digimon will leave the battle area, return 1 Lucimon from its trash. Get to play a 7 Great Demon Lord from its trash. Ugh. I think maybe I Red Scramble here into the Gaiamon. And then just link with Dugotch, burn, and make an extra attack just to try to push the aggression. So I could do the Dugotch. If I link with the Dugotch, I can make an attack right away. But then I lose... Well, I would have to red scramble something. Yeah, we'll just do the Dugotch just to push. Well, that's not particularly good. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4 names. This will be 5 names. Gaiamon and Globemon? No, because I can... Deleting this is bad. Granted, he gets to do a lot of stuff anyway. What I needed to do was see time, so that way I could yeah, what I really needed was the time. So that way I could de-digivolve his Digimon and ignore it. Because this card's literally stalling me. Because I can't remove it. Otherwise, it just means bad things happen. So, how many does he have? Yeah, they're just essentially trying to stall me out. Which is always very obnoxious and annoying. So, we get to put a card on the top of our deck. Do we put the globe on top, actually? And then play out... Like, what do we need to draw into? That's the big question. Do we need to just draw into the Dugotch? Because we can make another chain all the way up. And then we play out Vmon, or do we play out the Geel? I think maybe we play out the Geel. Discard Gum, draw 2. Okay, that's a really good draw. The Levy is kind of annoying with its all turns. Is this a hero deck? It is. I really just hate the fact that, like, they're stalling long enough to just be obnoxious. Alright. Shouldn't have done that. Should have just evoed. Yeah, I really hate those, like, stall decks that just sit there and, like, obviously control is a play style, but, like, if I had a better hand, I would just be able to, like, rip through their security. Like, it's mostly the Lucimon. Like, the EX6 Lucimon's just such a fucked up card on how good it is. Yeah, we trashed the Guilmon. Or, no, we have to trash the Vmon. Oh, perfect. Set up the Tamer right away. Miss. That's really good for us. Now that forces them to set it up. And now we can start going ballistic. So we're going to tuck the Dugotch. Or the Gotchamon. Digivolve into Arrest. Do we save the one memory? What are we doing? We can save the one memory. That'll bring us up to 2. Then we could Evo for 2. Or do we just... No, I think we just save it. Our Digimon's already big enough as is. So we just need to dump the damage while the damage is good to dump. The deck list, please. This is literally the last time Heroes was remotely good deck list. So they just have one Digimon, a hand of 4 cards. So I just set up another Tagaru because this is a mem setter and this is literally doing absolutely nothing. So this forces them to have something, otherwise they kind of just lose next turn. So the reason why I say they kind of just lose next turn is because I have one attack here, one attack here, one attack here, and then an extra attack here. So I kind of just have everything that I need. Oh, they're extra dead. So I could Fire Rocket, deal 2 damage here. Then Digivolve here. Swing. Then Evo and deal another damage. Or do I Fire Rocket on the Vmon? So I get the 1 check here. So Fire Rocket on Vmon. Digivolve into Aguni. So I'm at 0 memory. So I guess it doesn't matter where I'm doing the check. So we'll just start off with the check. It's whatever's. Yeah. Fire Rocket on the Vmon. Digivolve here into a Goonie. Reduce the Evo cost. Reduce the Evo cost. Oh, I should have saved that. Oopsies. That should have been saved for Scramble into Superior. We'll gum down here. Yeah, I think they're just in such a bad position, it just kind of functionally doesn't matter. So if I Digivolve... No, I have to end on Superior, so we'll just get the 2 checks here. Hey, look at that. Easy peasy. See? Easy. Easy games. Yeah, so if you're curious on what the deck list is, I literally just took it from the last winning result of Heroes. And this is kind of just what it is. I would kind of want to try to see more Tamers. Like maybe an extra Takuya or something. So there's some stuff to play around with. Because Takuya is a really good tamer. He's really good. Yeah, so the reason why I'm even remotely looking... Yeah, it's Unga Bunga, Arrest Your Superior, and Globe. Like, these 2 cards are just insane. I'm almost wondering... Should this Dugotch be the new Dugotch? Oh, the new Dugotch isn't hero traded. Never mind. That was a silly thought. Everything is pretty much hero traded except for the Gaiamon. So the reason why I'm looking at this is because, like, I think Heroes definitely has a lot of better support in order to make it a more functional deck in the current environment. Because, like, what it's doing isn't, like, that bad. It really isn't. It's just, like, looking at Adventures basically, you just get an Omnimon DNA crisscross applesauce deck. And I felt like that was kind of, like, very dirty for Bandai to do for Adventures, is just to make another Adventures deck. And the little bits of, like, support that Adventures did get is, like, fine, but, like, half the time they don't necessarily need level 6s anyway. They're not bad, but, like, the level 6s also being hero traded means that, like, oh, maybe I would rather use those level 6s in Heroes. And then, like, I could retoolbox what Heroes is doing to be able to figure out how to make Heroes better, because Heroes doesn't seem super bad. So I think, like, maybe Heroes is actually the big winner of AD01 versus a lot of the other decks where it doesn't really feel like it's increasing their power level. And I think, like, that's the big thing. Just got back and finished playing in a tournament with Galacti. How'd you do, Empire? And thank you for the $5 dono. I probably will end up doing a birthday stream. But I only got a few games left in me because I need to, 1, make dinner soon, and 2, start watching Beastars, because the final season of Beastars came to Netflix, and I am a very big Beastars fan. I think I'm gonna be making spaghetti. Do I take the Vmon or the Dugotch? I think it's the Dugotch. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in this deck that has Raid, which is funny. So next turn, I'm most likely going to be setting up Garnet and maybe attacking with this just to get the chip in. Ooh, this deck kind of sucks. Although, maybe it's not as bad. Like, if they have their War Greymon Ace, I should have just functionally bigger numbers to where his ability doesn't matter. Although the removal of my Tamers is, like, actually kind of obnoxious. Because I don't think I can burn this right now. Yeah, I think I just have to give an exuberantly large amount of memory. And there's the Yuko. I got dead last. Lost to Invisimon, Creepymon, and Mill-Apocalypse. Ooh. Okay, so they're Gaiamon for the most part. I think I just set up Tamer and pass. Because I don't really feel like I need to commit to anything right now. So passing 1 memory versus passing, like, effectively a 5 memory Tamer versus a 5 memory boost feels way less bad. So next turn I'm most likely going to set up a Guilmon and kind of just see where things go from there. Ooh, the Timon is huge. This is a massively important card right here. Yeah, so we're going to end. We're going to play out the Guilmon. Guilmon is going to discard me. I hate it. Should have discarded the level 4. Oh well. We'll give him something to interact with. Otherwise, we could start applying pressure because we have the Arrestodramons that we could go into pretty easily. Set up another tie. Ooh, how spooky. Ooh, that's huge. That's a big draw. All right, yeah, so we're gonna definitely be going into a time here. So or not a time, a superior mode. So we Digivolve for 2. Yeah, I think just being a little bit memory deficient here is probably fine. We'll go from the trash. Because this will just give us a nice blanket plus 2k. Then we can swing. Let's not and see how he responds. If he blocks, that's fine. If he doesn't block, that's also fine. We're not really trying to look to put damage on the board. We're just looking at pressuring the board. Hey, what's up? Shangri-La Egg or Shangri-La Frontier? Shangri-La Egg is from Digimon. Okay. I am going to be after I'm done streaming, which I'll be done soon-ish. I'm gonna make some spaghettis, some kind of pasta, and then because I thought out ground meat, some ground meat. I think it's ground turkey. And then I'm probably gonna spend the rest of the night watching Beastars because Beastars came out. Beastars. So, that's my plans. That's fine. I don't even think you saw season 3, all of season 3. You did? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 So. Very likely, yeah. The purest language of Nippon. Okay. Are you okay? Yeah, I do. Pretty hype. Yeah. 'Cause it's Beastars. It's good. It's like early April. I don't remember. I didn't buy any tickets or anything yet. Yeah, I don't remember exactly when. Well, not entirely super invested because I don't know who's wanting to come with me. No. Yeah. Alright. So, I'll talk to you later then. Alright. Bye. Is this even a match anymore, chat? Oh no! They Congo'd me. I just Gaiamon and win the game? Because Gaiamon will let me link, and then I attack, and then I burn, and I unsuspend? Yeah, yeah, yeah. There we go. Not a Greymon. Yeah, Agumon is definitely not a Greymon. Fun fact, did you know that RB1 Hover Espimon can gain memory on play and on Evo? And be played out by Master Blintmon? Probably. That doesn't sound that, like, far-fetched. Yeah, so, while my opponent is waiting, what does the Greymon do again? Oh, is it my play? Oh, I am on the play. Haha. Double Fire Rocket? Not exactly what I want to see. Arrester's probably okay. Delete one of the opponent's Digimon, gains plus 1000 DP for each color, tamer, security tech +1, end of your turn. Yeah, so this is probably what heroes would want to play. We need to hit really fast and really hard here. And I am not in a good position to do either of those. Yeah, and I think that's kind of where this type of a deck starts to fumble. Oh, I guess I just choke to 1 and hope that they don't have a playline at 1 memory. That's draw 2. That's search. So, yeah, let's just hope they don't have a play at 1 memory. That's what we're banking on. Oh, of course. I mean, I guess it's good we didn't use the Dugotch then. So we could, like, save a Dugotch plus time for shenanigans. Oh, I guess they could swing security, Digivolve, then Digivolve again. So they could still get their double Digivolve. He can full combo at 1 memory? Yeah. So he can reduce the Digivolution, Digivolve for 1, and then Digivolve for 3. Gain 2 back. Whoa. That was unnecessarily aggressive, sir. I'm calling holding. Yeah, unfortunately I have to make this play. I don't like it. I really don't like that play. I really do not like that play. But I have the time to set it up. So hopefully they don't do anything crazy with their reset up or something, and maybe I could like have enough memory to just rip them apart. Ideally, that would be nice. Maybe. So I could time, then globe. So time for 2, then globe. Globe, fire rocket, swing for how much damage? Fire rocket would deal 3 damage. Oh, honey, don't tempt me. So we put probably the Dugotch underneath, right? Yeah, Dugotch will go underneath, so that way I have the Gotchamon to try to reset something up if need be. Ooh. Okay, so Arrestor might change things because this means we get 4 security checks. So we Fire Rocket first. Then we, I'll do a safety check, and Digivolve into Superior for 3, so that's 0 cost Evo. We will put the Dugotch underneath, just because. 16k is already going to be big enough for whatever we need. We'll draw a card. We'll raid. Oh no, an Owen Dreadnought came out of security. We'll swing. We'll use raid. Kill his other Digimon. Oh no! He gets to play out a Tamer or a Rookie. Another Crimson Blaze? Oh my god, how rude. How do you like your security being trashed, huh? I bet you don't like it. Why, yes, I will just make this attack. Why, yes, I will link from my hand into here to delete your Digimon because I feel very vindicated. There. Boom. Got him. Yeah, so the deck can just dump damage. That's what Arrestor's for. Like, it just dumps damage. And here I was trying to come up with some, like, cute plays. Pfft. I thought I loved Medusa. Medusa's okay. Funny enough, I'm actually in the process of building the deck. But I don't know if I'm gonna, like, actually play it competitively. Rox has its problems, but Rox has my heart. But Medusa's just stupid. Medusa's just, like, also kind of nuts. But, like, hey, sometimes you just high roll into victories because you just can dump damage because attacking without suspending with security attack +1 with extra attacks, and it can attack even if you could attack your attacks. So the attacks can attack the attacker to attack. Yeah, no, just This kind of just proves like how stupid all of the extra unnecessary attacks at the end of the turn just help accelerate game states to game finishing. We keep this hand. This hand's pretty okay. It's not the greatest hand, but it's not the worst of hand. Ooh, a hoodie. I haven't seen a wild hoodie in a while. They're gonna take the Kisuke as the tamer. Yep. Because Kisuke is such a broken tamer. 0. Fire Rocket's good. Hard play Geel. Geel effect, discard Gum. Draw 2. Then Digivolve here. For 2, set up the Tageru. And I think that was a pretty efficient turn. Was it the most efficient turn? Probably not, but it was efficient enough. Oh, they're moving out. How brave. Drawing a card? How bold. Yeah, hiding their card to play another tamer for free is incredibly strong. Like, I hate this card. This card snowballs so hard. Alright, now we move out. Oh no! I clicked on the wrong card. I was supposed to click on a Vmon. Oopsies. No! I so hardcore fucked everything up. That's really bad for us. Yeah, I was supposed to Digivolve into a Goonie here. And then a Goonie would be able to attack Digivolve into Globe. And then Globe would deal a lot of damage. So, yeah, I fucked this up real hard. Oh, now they can go into, what's her face, Hoodie here, and then they could start doing Hoodie things. Funny enough, I used to hate Medusamon, when they came out in BT21, it was just another boring OTK deck, but after BT24 stuff, turned around and made it more of a control deck, then you began to love Medusa. I mean, I would prefer it's OTK, but that's just me. I mean, luckily for me, I don't really have anything to de-digivolve here. So I guess maybe I'm just aggressing just to get rid of stuff. Oh, interesting. Alliance at 8k. Are they gonna stun my Digimon or something? Well, that's probably really bad for them. They probably weren't hoping for that. Serves them right, I guess. Yeah, but they just snowball their value. Like, because their keys case set is set up, like, they just start snowballing value by playing every tamer in their hand. So, like, I'm probably just dead next turn unless I'm able to do something here. So, I need to desperately draw into a playable level 4 Digimon, and then maybe I can come back. Interesting. I guess they're just trying to memory choke me, but they don't know how this works. Like, this deck really doesn't need that much memory because it just reduces all of its Digivolutions. Justymon. Oh, they bottom decked their Justymon? Okay, that's something. That's actually something. We'll Digivolve down here for 0. Ooh, okay. So we could crack this, Digivolve here. So how do we win in this position? So we need to make the attacks off here and here in order to win the game. So we could crack this. So I could Digivolve here for 2, go to 0, then swing with this, Digivolve into Arrestor, use this and like something, use the, God. How do I get my 4 attacks in? So this is 2 attacks, this is 3 attacks, so I'm still 1 attack off before my ass gets completely blasted. So I think I have to do this. Oh, that's probably big. So now I scramble to Digivolve into here. Get my 2 checks in. Digivolve into Gaiamon and win the game, right? Am I mathing this wrong? I guess we'll just put the Guilmon underneath. So I just need to not hit an option in security, and then I win the game because I drew into the Gaiamon. It's taking a long time to sync up. Wasn't really doing a lot. There we go. Alright. And now I get to make the attack, raid into his Digimon. Draw a card for raiding. Oh, that's mandatory. That's funny. Chitose. Chitose plays out something for me to raid into. Do they have anything that they can hard play that would, like, stop me from here? Yeah, so now I just win. So now I Gaiamon, use Dugotch, unsuspend, burn their last security, swing for game. Yeah, why... Chat, why aren't people playing this deck more? It's so much fun. Let's ignore the memory system. We could have Digivolved for 10. We will link from this Digimon into the Dugotch. Unsuspend, trash the top of their security, and then swing for game. Whoa. Perhaps no one knows its full capacity? Maybe. I just copy and pasted it. The list I use has Seriousmon, and Wargreymon Ace, in it with Omnishout. Didn't realize Globe was a hero until now. Yeah, Globe is a hero. What does Omnishout do? Omnishout. End of attack. Okay, so it's not doing what I need it to do. Ideally, like, we want something like Globe that hits very hard. Like, incredibly hard. Sirius isn't terrible. It's just the idea with Gaiamon is the fact that, like, Gaiamon's just a game ender because of Dugotch. Like, you only need to do 4 checks, and then Gaiamon does the last burn. And then because of Dugotch, you just end attack. Like, end of turn, make the attack. Play a hero reduced by 5. Yeah, but what hero am I hard playing? That's the big question. So, what are our current hero level 5s, actually? Just this? This is it? So, thinking about the deck, we do have... Aldemon's unfortunately not a hero. We have the Growlmon. That does have Raid, which is exactly what the deck wants, but it forces us to use the Takato, which is not great. We have the Wargreymon. So, this is more Raid and Piercing. We get to delete one of the opponent's Digimon with as much DP or less as this DP, which is most things. Then this Digimon gains plus 1,000 DP for each of our Tamer's colors, which is most likely going to be 2 out of 3. Then we get to gain Security Attack Plus for every 3 such colors. So, and then at the end of our turn, he can make an attack. And then delete one of your opponent's Digimon with as much or less DP as this Digimon with Greymon or Omnimon in its name. So what we really need, what does the Metal Guru do? All turns, when your Digimon suspends, this Digimon may unsuspend. So this is arguably better. On play, when digivolve, when attacking, delete one of the opponent's level 5. So this still removes a Digimon and gives us multi-attack. So this is arguably better. I mean, it's obviously not as good as like check 4 security and then just Gaiamon for the win. But this is like kind of close. The only issue is this isn't red, so that could be a little awkward. This is not a hero. What is this? Is a hero. When Digimon are... Yeah, this is just a floodgatey type of effect. So that's not exactly what we want. What's Omnimon actually doing to see if, like, we could reasonably want to run this in Heroes? Because I think, like, Heroes is awkward for Omnimon, to be honest. Because if it isn't basically doing anything like what Gaiamon is doing, like, we really... Like, Heroes desperately needs a card like Gaiamon. Otherwise, like, your damage output just isn't going to be nearly as high on as lower of a curve. So return all the opponent's Digimon with as many or fewer Digimon or fewer Digivolution sources as this Digimon to the bottom of the deck. Then delete one of the opponent's Digimon. All turns when any of your opponent's Digimon leave the battle area, trash one of their options in the battle area and trash their top security. But this doesn't make the attack, right? This can't make the attack at the end of the turn. When attacking, Omnimon in its name, one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers can't suspend. When attacking, delete one of the opponent's Digimon with as much DP. Yeah, so, like, it's... Even these aren't doing it. Is Sirius Spawn a hero? No, it's just a Light Dragon. Like, I don't think the Omni stuff is that bad. It's just... trying to incorporate it is going to be really awkward, and it's probably just going to be easier to work in the Growlmon stuff with the Gallantmon. Because Rush, Raid, Piercing, it's really the Rush that's doing this. Like, that's making me very, like, okay, this card's kind of reasonable. Delete up to 1k worth of the opponent's Digimon. Then this Digimon can attack. Yeah. So this card is just a very free card for this deck to use for the most part. This is strictly on when digivolving. But, like, we could very easily create a new stack and then just end on a Gallantmon to be able to accomplish something relatively similar. When digivolving, when attacking, delete the opponents with the lowest DP. And then if you're... during your turn, your opponent's effects don't affect this Digimon as long as Takato is in its Digivolution source, and it gains plus 5k, which it really didn't need, but eh. The big problem is the Takato. Like, the Takato Tamer is not very good. So during your opponent, or if your opponent has a Digimon, you get a memory. And then when Digimon are played or digivolved by suspending this, one of you, until the end of the opponent's turn, one of your Galmon, Growlmon, Guilmon, Megidramon, or hero traded cards gains blocker. And if there's 10 or more cards in both players' trashes, gain plus 2,000. Yeah, like, this is just a very mediocre card. So maybe they would just end up figuring out a way to incorporate Gallantmon in this. Because otherwise, like, I don't see that big of a reason to run Takato just to make Gallantmon a little bit better. Like, I think Gallantmon would be just fine on his own. And you might not even need the... Oh, actually... Oh, no. Well... Oh, no. It's the when digivolving that you get to make the attack. So you would play out a level 5 Digimon for a little bit cheaper, and then you could digivolve into Gallantmon. Then Gallantmon gains Rush and can make the attack. Like, if you're using the... Shoutmon. But, like, I still don't see a reason why the deck wouldn't want to just still keep doing what this is. This seems very, somewhat reasonable. The Paildramon's a hero? Is it? Yeah, but your colors don't exactly line up for Paildramon. Granted, it's any colors, so we would have to reevaluate the level 4s as well just to incorporate Paildramon. So, after this game, we could take a look at the hero level 4s and see what they're doing that's not red. Or, like, that's in the Paildramon colors. We mulligan this. This is not great, but we have searching. So, like, it's kind of okay. Take the Dugotch. So, I'm grabbing Dugotch because Dugotch is, like, one of the important cards for Gaiamon. Whoa! What is this? Is this Gamamon or is this a mirror match? Okay, it's actually Gamma. Yeah, Gamma is a deck I need to experiment with next. But I'll probably, after this game and reevaluate, like, looking at all the hero stuff. Ooh, there's a rookie. I'll probably call the stream then because I have to make dinner and I have to also think about, cook. I have to cook and eat and then I gotta maybe try to watch anime or something. I'll search because I don't feel like I need to play this out yet. Good thing I didn't. So now I could try to set this up for free, and then this can set up all my other stuff. So we're looking okay. Dugotch and Magnamon is in Paildramon colors. Magnamon doesn't seem that bad. He seems kind of expensive though. Dugotch already is kind of expensive. But the big problem is, like, we would have to obviously change, like, Garnet to be red-blue to Wisteria, which then ruins our offense training. So, like, we have to change up our whole option lineup. No, my Gaiamon. Bukamon. I could go into Dugotch. Or, no, I need to do Arrestor. I was just like, yeah, I could go into Dugotch and then just raid into his Digimons. Maybe that's still not, like, terrible. Because he's got a mem setter, so... What's Bukamon's protection? All turns when a Digimon with Gamma other than Bukamon would leave the battle area other than by your effects by deleting this Digimon, prevent it from leaving play. Okay. So, let's draw a card. Oh, that's a really good card draw. Then we'll use Raid. We'll attack into his Digimon. Yeah, might as well. Removing his Digimon is going to be very beneficial for us. Because now we could start dumpstering damage. And my opponent really doesn't have that much recourse at this point. Ooh, that's not good. That's actually very, very, very bad for us. Holy shit. Okay, so they took the Bukamon. That's not as bad then. That could have turned out so incredibly bad. Yeah, I think getting Pyildramon to work is probably just too much effort. And it's probably just easier to think about splashing in Growl Tech. Like, Takato and Growl Tech. Because, like, you don't have to specifically have the Takato, but, like, the Takato's okay to have. Yeah, so now they really are staring down this. Oh, Wizen? Globe isn't exactly what we wanted to see here. Another Dugotch, that's fine. So we could Fire Rocket? No, because he's just going to prevent it from leaving play so that way we don't get piercing. So we can't raid? Oh, that's obnoxious. Not being able to raid? Wow. How rude. Yeah, unfortunately, kind of stuck a little bit here. So I think the answer is just hard drop a Haru and pass, because I don't see anything else we can realistically do. Because next turn, this Vmon is going to go all the way up into a globe. So I think setting up the Mem Setter is probably our best bet. I don't know how much damage this deck can dump, but hopefully from 4 security they can't kill us. Oh, that's right. They have the stupid Regulus that just, like, magically has end of turn attack as well. For, like, no real reason. So we could very easily be dead here if they can just dump damage. Their back row doesn't necessarily seem like they have the ability to just go all the way up to do that. So maybe we're slightly protected. Yeah, that's this card. This card's just like, oh yeah, I could just do things. So are they still trying to process their abilities? Oh, Strongest Brother is what they're processing. When it affects places, then it could digivolve from their hand. I'm bigger than it, though. Does that work that way, or did he miss the timing? Oh, he's just making the attack. Okay. Alright, I guess let's try to do things. Then we do this. De-digivolve. Then app fuse. Nope. Not seeing what we need to see. So what are we linking with? I think maybe we just de-digivolve again. Yeah, and then unfortunately we do kind of have to just get rid of the Bukamon. It's kind of just an ugly magnet. Are you gonna risk it? Your Digimon are now vulnerable. He does have retail, he does have blocker. I did use up my ability, so I would have to link again to de-digivolve, and that would be kind of annoying. I mean, you're not going to be bigger than me, so... But I don't have the ability to remove you. How many level 5s did it go through? 1, 2, 3? So 3, potentially 4? So that's a lot of level 5s to go through. Okay. So do I just Fire Rocket and then rip through 3 of their security, and then how am I actually closing out the game? Oh, I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have used this. Because I could have Aguni'd and closed out the game that way. Yeah, that was my bad. Oopsies. Because I could have, like, paid 2 hybrid for game. So annoying. Holy shit. So I either try to dig for something or maybe de-digivolve. I don't exactly know what to do here. I mean, he could just, like, if he has it, I guess he just has it. One card with save in its text. Because he's got Mem Setter, so he's going to go to 3 no matter what. So I think maybe just resetting up an offense training probably is the best course scenario. Either that or it's playing the Takuya. Maybe it's just Takuya. As much as I want to try to use my Tamer Setter, I don't think I can right now. So hopefully they don't have enough damage to just win the game on the spot. That would be a very unfortunate way to go out. "13 cards in hand. There's a very high chance I'm just dead here. 3 out of probably their like 8 level 5s are gone, but they're more than halfway through their deck, so they probably have another level 5. They also probably have another level 4. Even if they didn't, they already had a level 4 on the field, so they're pretty well protected because I'm not trying to control their field in any way, shape, or form. It was really dumb that this card procced. That was kind of a mistake on my part. Should have been paying attention. I mean, if anything, I guess it just milled his deck, which probably is good for him, so... This again? He just needs to not have a blocker and I'm okay. What's he digivolving into? What does he even have? Does he have blocker in here? No, he doesn't. And this doesn't have blocker. Oh, he could set... Oh, that has piercing. I'm confused. Chat. Can somebody enlighten me? Like, what they're actually... Are they gonna go into a Proxima here? But Proxima doesn't have blocker. Chat, I'm legitimately confused. He saw I just played a hybrid-based Tamer. He had a blocker on the field. Does he have redirects that I'm, like, dramatically unaware of? When an opponent's Digimon is deleted, if this Digimon has Gamamon and Sex, trash the top. Yep, nope. When any of your opponent's Digimon are deleted, gain a memory. Nope. Raid. Nope. On delete. Nope. When attack, draw. Nope. When attack, nope. Retal. Memory. On delete, play a level 4. Yeah, chat, what was my opponent trying to do? Like, I couldn't have telegraphed this any harder. No Guilmon? Alright. Does he have, like, an ace I'm unaware of? Yeah. Okay. All right, we can end on a win. I honestly don't know what my opponent was trying to do. They had a blocker. I could not have telegraphed any harder that, hey, I have a hybrid in my hand. I'm so confused. Yeah, so Heroes is fine. Heroes is really fine. I think like the clunkiness of the app stuff is like the worst part about Heroes, but like the fact that they don't have a substitute Globe is not super great. Yeah, so we, like, Dugach and Magna being able to be the DNAs for Pail don't feel very good. Sorry, they really just don't feel good. Say technically they have a 5 ace, but they never played it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have any other course of plays other than just to commit to the bit and hybrid for game out of nowhere. Like that, I had to make that play line, and they didn't have their ace because their level 5 ace is usually like maybe a 1 of. But yeah, so I don't think the Pail forcing me to use these is kind of just not great. Because I think like the damage that these two are providing is just significantly higher and better than anything Pail would be offering. And even the new Gallantmon isn't super great. Like, it's probably one of the better ones, like that or the War Greymon. Like, those, like, the top end that heroes can think about playing with would be Gallantmon, War Greymon, or Metal Garurumon. I think, like, those cards are reasonable, but based on, like, how heroes kind of plays, the deck really doesn't need any of them. Like, I don't think they're bad to try to take out what's its face. Take out the Atmon stuff, but like you're not gaining the ability to just randomly kill the opponent because you have like burn the security and then end of turn attack. I think like the best card that's the best card, like these cards are trying to emulate something like that, but they're just not there. We could technically play an off-brand hero card if we really wanted to, if there was like something else that was just as good as Gaiamon. So maybe like maybe an Aldamon might be worth like investigating. Because if we already have not hero stuff in the deck, I don't think there's a good way to make the hero stuff. Because essentially all Gaiamon is doing is he's just hitting hard. Like, he's just a 2-color Digimon that can hit very hard. The fact that this has Rush actually might be kind of cute and relevant. But we're probably not playing with any of the other stuff, so it's like, I don't think that's gonna work out. And maybe one of the other Aldamons could, but again, I don't particularly know. Like, I would have to really, really re-examine what Heroes is doing to incorporate either the Wargrey, the Gallant, or the Melga. Because I don't think any of the other cards in here are hero traded, like outside of the Fighter Mode, the Omnimon, which Omnimon feels way too hard to get up into. Yeah, this is actually a hero. That's funny. I don't know why this is a hero. Nobody's gonna play this card in Heroes. So why is this a hero? Just because? Probably just because. Like, unless they actually support Paildramon more in Heroes, I really don't see a reason to run it. And that's kind of like the big takeaway of like a lot of the new cards from AD01. The decks that they're helping are already not super competitive, and I don't think it's going to make any of the decks competitive. Like, again, I still have to do a lot of experimentation to understand what the hybrid deck is doing, to reasonably figure out what the new cards are adding to hybrids in order to get, like, a good analysis out of what these cards are doing for the deck. Like, they all sound really good on pen and paper. Like, they all sound very good on pen and paper. Like, all these cards are just massive upgrades. But I think the word massive is, we're taking it too literal, and it's like, yeah, it's turning a tier 5 deck into a tier 4 deck or something. Like, or maybe realistically, it's like taking a tier 4 deck and turning it into a tier 3 for a lot of these cases. Well, I guess maybe not a lot of these cases, but like that's kind of the nominal jump that it feels like. It doesn't feel like it's really making anything that these cards are supposed to support meta competitive. Like honestly, that's kind of just my big takeaway is like these cards feel fun. They feel strong for their respective decks. But at the end of the day, I don't think any of these new cards are going to have as big of an impact as we actually think. I could be entirely wrong and off base, but based on what the deck is currently doing for, like, at least the stuff that I was testing, what the deck is currently doing and what these cards are offering those decks don't really seem, not worthwhile, but, like, it doesn't make it seem like these decks would be more meta competitive as a result. I mean, technically they are, but they're already underperforming as, like, compared to a lot of other decks as is. So I don't necessarily think that these are going to bolster these to some competitive status, is kind of just my big takeaway. I think, like, and again, I got to experiment a little bit more. Like, I obviously got to mess around with Gamamon. I got to mess a little bit more around with Gallantmon. I got to mess around with the hybrids and kind of just continue to test and see what those decks currently are doing, to see if these cards are actually that much more beneficial. So I am going to be calling it here. It was almost an 8-hour stream, so because otherwise, like, I don't really have much else. Like, I could play another game, but I really do need to start thinking about cooking because boiling water takes a hot second. Get it? Hey. Anyway, puns aside, I'm more excited about the reprints, and I'm very cautiously optimistic on the pull ratios. I think that's going to be the big thing when it comes to AD01, is the set is going to be made or broken by the pull rates. If the pull rates are really good, then this could have the potential to be a very good set for a lot of players because there's just a lot of cards that are not very accessible. So I'm a huge advocate for accessibility, and I think a set like this is just a huge win if we're able to properly get the cards the way that we're, I guess, not really supposed to, the way that we anticipate, I guess. And I think, like, if we get, like, another RB1 situation, then that is going to do, I don't want to say irreparable damage to the game, but it very much can shake the foundation of the game and a lot of not only just consumer confidence, but store confidence as well. And, like, that's really scary to think about. Like, oh, they literally cannot fuck this up. Like, if they fuck this up, even though it is a reprint set, they're selling it as a premium reprint set. Let's mind you that. World.Digimon card. Let's go to products. Dual Revolution, starter decks. Here we go. So they are selling this as a premium because just as a heads up, like if we go to Time Strangers and we look at the MSRP for Time Strangers, yeah, we don't care about this. This is the normal MSRP as of right now per pack. So even if we go to Dual Revolution, we could see that the MSRP is normal. So this reprint set, just like AD01, or just like RB01, is being sold to us at a premium. So these boxes are more expensive for stores to buy as a result. So what made RB01 so bad was the fact that the cards were just garbage, and they sold that to us as a premium. I think the reprint value and the reprint equity that they used for this is actually pretty high. Like, there's a lot of really good and smart picks for cards that should and needed the reprint in this set. So I'm really glad at that. But, like, if we can't properly get the cards, nobody's going to want to pay the premium to open up this product if we can't get what we're expecting out of it. And I think, like, that's the thing that really spooks me, is the fact that this is a premium product with arguably one of, if not the largest card pool of cards that we've seen come out of a booster box, with no changes to how many boxes or how many packs come per box and how many cards come per pack. So that means, like, from my past experience of opening cases, like, it's actually going to be very difficult to be able to mathematically, like, the mathematical average is usually per case you get around 6 to 8 of any given SR. So this might dramatically reduce that to maybe, if you're lucky, you get 4 of each SR per case. So that, again, is going to put, and that's assuming nothing funky is happening. Because every single time Bandai has messed with booster boxes, every single time, I shit you not, players have never enjoyed it. They've never enjoyed it. Because look at the first time that they did it with, what was it? BT7 was one. People did not like the fact that they had the campaign rares. Then they brought campaign rares back in BT11, and the rares were harder to pull because the foil commons and uncommons were taking the spots of rares. So that made the rares really difficult for that set to get. BT7, the rares were slightly more difficult to get, but not like by that much. But again, the campaign rares really fucked up the box, the box math and the pull ratio math. Yeah, so, like, and then we got into the RB01 situation where it's just like, yeah, they fucked with the pull ratios and it ended up being absolute dog shit. So, like, I'm very cautiously optimistic. I want the set to be good. But the new cards are, as of right now, barely meta relevant. And at least, again, from early testing and early analysis, I need to do more in order to, like, firmly put a stamp on that. So it's a tentative statement, I guess, not a definitive one. It doesn't feel like these cards are going to be very impactful. So I'm very curious to see how this set is going to turn out. I'm excited for the ban and restriction list, as always. And like I said, like, bans and restrictions, because, like, some of the cards in this set are already limited. So I have no idea what they're planning and why they're, like, I mean, it doesn't hurt to reprint cards that are already limited. It really doesn't, just to make them more in circulation. But anyway, I'm very curious for the ban and restriction update. That's going to tell me a lot about the future of Digimon and their design direction, because I'm not particularly, like, I like the game, that's why I play it so much, but I'm not particularly happy with the direction that they decided to take the game, because the games feel faster, they don't feel very rewarding, they feel more explosive, and things just end literally out of thin air, or you just functionally can't deal with anything about what's being played, and those create lots of feels bad situations, and I don't want that out of a game I enjoy. I want a nice, healthy back and forth. I want some really exciting moments. Like that last game. That last game was actually a pretty decent game of Digimon. Things didn't just magically end. Although you've seen, like, obviously matches where things did magically end. But, like, sometimes you do have, like, very interesting back and forth, weird interactions. I would prefer things to be a little bit more streamlined and straightforward, but whatever. Bandai does whatever they feel like, and they have some absolutely goofy rules. Um, but yeah, so I'm very hopeful that Bandai is able to course correct when it comes to this ban and restriction update. It seems like it keeps growing every time, which means that they're actually learning. But with the amount that they're printing, they can't I've already said this spiel multiple times. Like, there's a lot of change that needs to happen in the game in order for it to improve and grow more than what Bandai is doing already. Printing new sets, printing power creep, making things faster is not necessarily the best approach in order to make the game, one, approachable, and two, enjoyable on a larger scale. But that's just my 2 cents of the matter. So with that, I think this is going to be a good opportunity. Oops, I was supposed to. Yeah. So with that, I think this is going to be a good opportunity to end things on. Thank you, everyone, for donating if you did. And thank you, everyone, for becoming a channel member if you did. Thank you, chat, for being pretty open-ended to my absolute stupidity. Trying to understand how specific things are working. Thank you all for watching. It really does mean a lot to me. And I guess I hope to see you in the next video or stream. Don't exactly have a set in stone schedule, but usually I do like to stream on Saturdays at the very least. Sometimes I'll stream randomly on like Sunday or sometime throughout the week. So just make sure to hit that notification bell so you can stay up to date when I upload or go live next. Obviously, subscribing also helps you see that. I do have a Discord. That's probably the easiest place to see it. So I think I have a live link somewhere floating around. So it's there if people want it. But thank you all again, and I hope to see you all